Honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in Thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. Lord, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Yes, Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on order 160, 1 and 2, and that's the order of business. Mr. Speaker, I'm a member of the Business Committee, and we programmed the business of last week, which was supposed to have ended on the 17th, Friday, the 17th of December. The Speaker, at all, even if the business of Friday, the 17th of December was not completed, we are beginning another week. And the Speaker, per order 161 and 162, it shall be the duty of the Business Committee to program business of each meeting and each sitting in this House. Mr. Speaker, I've been here since morning, and I was waiting for the Business Committee to be called. Mr. Speaker, for us to go and program the business for today. That meeting didn't take place. And Mr. Speaker, these standing orders were done by this House. And Mr. Speaker, if you make your own rules and fail to honor your own rules, then who are you making laws for? Mr. Speaker, on that note, I want to ask, who generated this order paper, and in what capacity was this order paper generated, and from when? Mr. Speaker, once the Business Committee could not arrive at a conclusion on the day of adjournment in last week when members asked, we said, okay, the Business Committee will be called upon again. And when we go for a Business Committee meeting, either we are adjourning today, tomorrow, on the day that it will be made known. Mr. Speaker, as I stand here, as a leader of the House, member of the leadership, I'm not even aware of which activity that we are going to embark upon today. When are we going to rise in day, and what program the Business Committee, I don't even know. Mr. Speaker, once we begin to operate in that manner, Mr. Speaker, there will be disorder in this House. It is respect for the rules and regulations that lead to maintenance of order in this House. So, Mr. Speaker, to conclude, my question is, who generated the order paper? Why is that there was no business committee meeting? And if there was no business committee meeting and that thing, this other paper was illegally generated, this house must suspend for the business committee to reconvene and look at the activities of the day that this house must embark upon. Without that, Mr. Speaker, we may be treading on a very slippery path. I rest my case, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
The Speaker, I heard my colleague and good friend and his observations. I must indicate that, well, it's a very genuine observation to make, but the point must be made that between yesterday and the early hours of today, our good friend, the Majority Leader, had an emergency, and he delegated powers to me. I should be taking all the blame because I failed to do the proper communication. So my colleague should bear with us. But suffice it to say that early hours of today, the Speaker, after engaging the Majority Leader, I went ahead to engage the table of affairs to have a sense of the business of today, in the face of the fact that the business committee didn't meet to program activities to be taken. And the communication I have from the table of affairs was that we were supposed to deal with outstanding matters. And that communication, actually, the table of affairs, officials of the table of affairs are here, they can confirm that. So it's not a case, I get the sense what my colleague is communicating, but it's not a case that somebody is trying to smuggle some items. Speaker, if you look critically, and I'm not justifying it, let me distinguish this. I'm not putting out a justification. But if you look at the items listed on the order paper, Speaker, largely most of them are outstanding matters that were not dealt with, in exception of a few items introduced. And for those new ones, they are papers that are being laid, which will be considered later in the week. So I will appeal to my brother, my colleague, and my good friend to humbly accede and let's progress. We can take it case by case. Where there is a strong reason that a particular item should be distinguished and not dealt with, we are not going to litigate on that so that we can make progress. With that, Speaker, this will be my initial comment to the observations made by the Honourable Deputy Whip.
I suppose that the Majority Chief Whip spoke for and on behalf of the Chairman of the Business Committee. Is that the case?
Speaker, that is so.
Thank you so much. Yes, I saw the Deputy Whip again on his feet. Is there anything more you want to add? Is that all right? He has considered that the point you raised is a genuine point.
But Speaker, my point was that, like he said, not all the businesses on this order paper were in the previous or the last week order paper. There are new businesses on this order paper, which the business committee are not aware of. Besides,
actually, that issue doesn't rise.
My point is
that issue doesn't rise at all. The issue of new business doesn't rise at all. The first thing is, was there a business statement read by the chairman of the business committee last week Friday?
No.
There was no business statement. Now, the House was adjourned by the Speaker to the following Monday, which is today. It meant that the Business Committee should have taken notice of that adjournment to hold a meeting to then program the business for today and maybe tomorrow or whatever, and give indication as to how we are to go about the business for this week. Well, when you go to Order 53, you see that without the order of business, they cannot prepare an order paper. But we have an order paper here. Clearly it states in 53(1) that the business of each sitting day, as decided by the business committee, shall be set out in the order paper. And so without such a report, it will be difficult to produce an order paper. But from the explanation of the Majority Chief Whip, he had to get in touch with the table office to prepare an order paper. It is an anomaly. But after that, there should have been a meeting to adopt it. And that would have been the first thing for today, so that we get to know the business of the day and, if possible, tomorrow. As we said, we don't know whether we are rising today or we are rising tomorrow. So the first thing would be for us to try to see how we can adopt what is before us, or whatever action we take before we can proceed. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I've tried to persuade the Deputy Whip, the Honorable Ahmed, that as Parliament, we are masters of our own procedure, even though, Mr. Speaker, I cannot argue further when you made reference to Order 53 and the requirement that the Business Committee ought to have met and presented a statement of what we should be doing. But, Mr. Speaker, I must admit that my thinking was that my colleagues in government, when we transacted business up to the level of appropriation, there was one major outstanding issue in the name of the animal called E-Levy. So I was thinking that government, just like in the past, when the NDC was confronted as a government with VAT, they withdrew it when they consulted stakeholders and came back with it. So my thinking was that this government would have learned some lesson from what happened in the past. But the Majority Leader indicated to me strongly that it was the wish of government to pass the E-Levy. So, Mr. Speaker, I yielded to him that we could consider that this Monday, while sending a strong notice to him that our side of this House will not cooperate or support anything E-Levy. So, Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, we can accommodate them with the understanding that the major outstanding business that this House should be looking at is a matter of E-Levy. But if I were those in government, that is not impervious to public opinion and the legitimate concerns of the Ghanaian people, I would have arrested it for further consultation to come back. But if they insist, we once we pass appropriation, which deals with expenditure, and they are not prepared to cut expenditure, we have to deal with the second leg of revenue. We will have to, Mr. Speaker, ask you to, within the meaning of Article 110 of us being masters of our own procedure, accept that that standing order can be stood down for our purpose that you are accommodating the E-Levy. And, Mr. Speaker, any matter that you may consider tangential to doing other business, we may be able, but not for anybody to come saying that we should extend stay today to tomorrow, or we should say, E-Levy, bring your report. We'll debate it thoroughly, take our positions, and we see what numbers do for the people of Ghana, Mr. Speaker. So if I can persuade you that that particular standing order you have referred to, as appropriate and legal as it is, we consider it stood down so that the business committee is not expected to come with a statement, but we argue at a gentleman level that do E-Levy and 1 or 2 other businesses that we may be able to accommodate before E-Levy. But if our government want it for further consultation and come back more properly, but Mr. Speaker, I can only plead with you to consider that standing order stood down, because there was a gentleman agreement my colleague reached out to me quietly that we should do E-Levy on Monday, and we yielded to it. It escaped all of us. I recall he coming to insist that, leader, when are we going to business committee? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What I can say is to refer the adoption of today's order paper to the House. It has to be adopted by the House for us to transact today's business. If there is a need for the business to go beyond today, then the business committee will have to hold a meeting to rectify the oversight or whatever it might be. And so, honorable members, I'll put the question for the adoption of the order paper. I will not say it's not properly before us, but it has to be adopted. Once the majority chief will have given an explanation, it has to be adopted by the House. Then we can take the items that are scheduled for today. If there is any intention for us to go to tomorrow, then the business committee will have to meet. So the question is that those in favor of the adoption of the order paper of business for today, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The order paper of December 2021 is adopted as the business for today. Honorable members, let me just add that democracy is about the rule of law. Democracy is about the rule of law. We all agree that our conduct, our behavior should be governed by this rule. And so we must always endeavor to go by the rule. Particularly, we members of Parliament and Parliament itself. Once we pass the law, we must lead. And so don't take such things as lightly, a joke or whatever. We should take them seriously. We have to do this because of the importance of the matter before the House and the consequences of that matter, one way or another. So we have adopted the order paper for the day, but let it not be repeated again. So we will move on and go to item 4. Item 4 on the order paper, correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. Honorable members, page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 18. Honorable members, we have too many of you on your feet. I don't know whether you want to contribute to what is going on or you are just page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. Sorry, the honorable member for Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker, page number 24, item 46, second paragraph. Honorable Mrs. Ophelia Mensah-Hayford is the vice chairperson of the Committee on Defense and Interior, and not the chairperson. Thank you.
Table office, take note of that correction. Page 25. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, sorry, I have to take the House back to page 18, paragraph 25. Mr. Speaker, the record shows that the House accordingly approved the sum of 1.3 billion. Mr. Speaker, it was actually 1.6 billion. And I can furnish the table office with the exact figure which was approved. Page 18, paragraph 25.
Page 18, number
25.
25.
The House accordingly approved the sum of 1,369,338,000. It was 1,600 million, and not 1,369 million.
Yes, table office. Note the correction.
Thank you.
1.6 billion. Page 27. Yes, the honorable member for Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker, on page number 25, the first paragraph, I need your direction on that. The last sentence says, draft CI creating a new constituency for the people of SAR. I don't know whether it's more appropriate to write the names of those towns than to write SAR, because SAR represents Santo Kofi, Apafo, Lipe, and Lolobi. So I don't know whether SAR is appropriate or we have to write the names of those towns. I mean, full. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. I should be fully captured, not SAR. Please, table office, take note. Page 27. Page 28. That's what we can go. The phone is not with me. Honorable members, page 28, page 29, page 30, page 31, page 32, page 33, page 34, page 35, page 36, page 37, page 38, page 39, page 40, page 41, page 42, page 43, page 44, page 45, page 46, page 47, honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 32nd sitting of the third meeting held on Friday, 17th December 2021, as corrected, are adopted as a true record of proceedings. Statements. Item 5. We have two statements. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, with respect, I'm seeking your leave for us to, and I heard you announce statement, I'm respectfully seeking your leave for us to vary the order of business and rather take item 6, presentation of papers, and few other papers to be laid, after which, Speaker, we could come to statement with your kind leave.
Honorable members, any other objection or application for leave? If not, we move on to item 6. At the commencement of public business, item 6, presentation of papers. Yes, please.
Speaker, I'm grateful. Speaker, I will seek your kind leave again for the Deputy Minister of Finance to do the laying of the paper. The Honorable John Kumar to do the laying of the paper. And Speaker, we are taking item 6, II.
Item 6.
6AI, all the way to V. Speaker, by the Deputy Minister of Finance.
Deputy Minister of Finance to present the papers for and on behalf of the Minister of Finance. 6A, Roman 1.
Supplementary request for waiver of import duty, import VAT, NHRL, Get Fund Levy, Exim Levy, Special Import Levy, and COVID-19 Levy, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 477,595 euros on addition materials and equipment required for the upgrading and enhancement of 2 technical institutes and 4 technical high schools, Phase 3, by Messrs. Base System Technique GmbH.
Honorable members, the paper has been referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. Roman 2.
UK Export Finance Facility Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and Deutsche Bank AG as agent, arranger, structuring bank, and original lender for an amount of 113,540,000 euro, including UKEF premium, to finance the construction of the Bunsu-Adosu Road and specified approach roads to the Adosu Bridge project.
Honorable members, the paper is laid and referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. Roman 3.
Tiered Commercial Facility Agreement amongst the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, Deutsche Bank AG as agent, arranger, and structuring bank, and African Export-Import Bank as original lender for an amount of 51,450,000 euros to finance the construction of the Bunsu-Adosu Road and specified approach roads to the Adosu Bridge project.
Honorable members, the agreement has been referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. Roman number 4.
A Traders Credit Facility Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance and Deutsche Bank AG, Frankfurt am Main, Germany, as arranger, structuring bank, agent, and original lender for an amount of 230,000 euros, including a trader's premium, to finance the construction of a bridge over the Volta River at Adosu, Echi, Amanfum.
Honorable members, the paper is also, yes. Oh, ranking member. Sorry. Honorable members, yes.
Mr. Speaker, in words, it's 230,000 euros, but in figures, it's 230 million euros.
Which number are you referring to?
The one just read.
That 4 says 230,000 euros. Instead of 230 million euros. So please, honorable members should note the error and correct the title of the paper accordingly. So the credit facility agreement has been referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. Roman 5.
Term loan facility agreement amongst the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, Deutsche Bank AG, Frankfurt as arranger and original lender, and TMF Global Services UK Limited as facility agent for an amount of 38,928,898 euros to finance the construction and equipping of 40-bed district hospitals at Ayensuano, Efijiase and Offenso, and the completion and equipping of Old Tafo Maternity and Kumasi South Maternity blocks.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on page 4, Roman number 3, I've made the same observation where the the words read 51 million. Oh, sorry. I've observed. Thank you. Sorry.
I hope it's not a bookable offense. Honorable members, the agreement has also been referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. I hope the Ministry is not expecting us to finish these matters today. I hope so. Well, these are very important facilities, and we need to take some time to go through them properly. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I guess we can now go on to 6B. B for Bell, 6B. And take 6B, I.
Honorable members, item 6B, Roman 1, by the Minister for Roads and Highways.
Commercial contract agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, acting through the Ministry of Roads and Highways, and represented by the Ghana Highway Authority and Contractor Construction UK Limited for an amount of 150 million euros for the construction of the Bunsu-Adosu Road and specified approach roads to the Adosu Bridge project, 104 kilometers, comprising Takurachin, Echi-Amanfro Road, 22 kilometers, Adosu Kwautafu Road, 20 kilometers, Kwautafu Miasu Road, 29 kilometers, Miasu Begro Road, 26 kilometers, and Begro Obuahu Road, 7 kilometers.
Honorable members, the commercial contract agreement has been referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. Roman number 2. Sorry, roads and highways, the Committee for Roads and Highways. This is a commercial contract agreement. So it's to the sector committee on roads and transport. Yes, Roman 2. Item 6B, Roman 2.
Design Build Contract Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, acting through the Ministry of Roads and Highways, and represented by the Ghana Highway Authority and BNIP Janssen Adosu Consortium of Netherlands for an amount of 200 million euros for the construction of a bridge over the Volta River at Adosu Echi Amanfrom.
Honorable members, the contract agreement has been referred to the Committee on Roads and Transport for consideration and report to the House. Majority Chief, with any further directions?
Certainly, Speaker. Speaker, 6C, C for Camel. 6C.
Honorable Member, 6C by the Minister for Health.
Engineering, Procurement and Construction Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Health, and Golden Mainland Ghana Limited for an amount of 38 million euros for the construction and equipping of 40-bed district hospitals at Ayensuano, Efijiase and Ofenso, and the completion and equipping of the Old Tafo Maternity and Kumasi South Maternity blocks.
Honorable members, the agreement is laid accordingly and referred to the Committee on Health for consideration and report to the House. Yes, please.
Speaker, now on 6E, E for Emmanuel. And Speaker, we are excluding the first two, Roman number 1, I and II, are to be excluded. So we're taking Roman 3 all the way to 6.
The rest at page 7 are not included.
Speaker, let me just amend that we are rather taking Roman V to VI, V and VI for now.
Honorable members, item 6E by the Chairman of the Committee, Roman V.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Credit Facility Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Development Association of the World Bank Group for an amount of 75 million United States dollars, supplemented by the grant amount of 28,360,000 United States dollars to be provided through the following grant agreement: GEF 12,756,881 United States dollars, Pro Green 15 million United States dollars, and EGPS 600,000 United States dollars for the Ghana Landscape Restoration and Small Scale Mining Project.
Honorable members, the said credit facility agreement is laid accordingly and referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House. Roman 6.
Report of the Finance Committee on the UK Export Finance Facility Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and Deutsche Bank AG as agents, arranger, structuring bank, and original lender for an amount of 113,540,000 euros, including UKEF premium, to finance the construction of the Bunsu Adosu Road and specified approach roads to the Adosu Bridge project.
Honorable members, the earlier directive given by me in respect of Roman 5 is incorrect. It's rather a report of the Finance Committee, which is ready and is for distribution to all members. Honourable members, with regard to 6E Roman 6, the report is also laid accordingly and is for distribution to all members. I think I can now go to statements. Yes.
Speaker, we thank you for your kindness, but before you go to statement, we will lay one more paper, and that has to do with IX on page 7. IX on page 7, after which, Speaker, we will take item 11, and with your kindness, we can take the statement after that.
Honourable members, item 6E Roman 9.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Credit Facility Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the Government of the Republic of Korea, acting through the Export-Import Bank of Korea, Government Agency for the EDCF, for an amount of $68 million United States dollars to finance the implementation of the Northern Ghana Rural Electricity Infrastructure and Access Project.
Honourable members, the report is laid accordingly and is for distribution to all members of Parliament. Honourable members, we now move to item 11, right?
Yes, Speaker.
Item 11, motion by the chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the procedural motion listed as item 11 on today's order paper be moved today. I so move.
Any seconder, yes?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
It's a procedural motion, moved and seconded, is for the consideration of the House. Yes, honourable member. I put the question. Those in favor of motion number 11 say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We will move accordingly to the substantive motion. Is that the indication?
Exactly so, Speaker.
Motion number 12 to move by the chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the motion listed as item 12 on today's order paper be taken now. And in the process, Mr. Speaker, I lay your committee's report. I request the Hansa Department to capture the entire content of the report, whilst I take a few highlights and a conclusion. Mr. Speaker, it is in respect of a credit facility agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana and the International Development Association of the World Bank for an amount of $75 million United States dollars, supplemented by a grant amount of some $28,360,000 US dollars to be provided through the following grant agreements: the GEF and the Pro-Green grant agreements for the Ghana Landscape Restoration and Small-Scale Mining Project. Mr. Speaker, the objective of the project, the purpose of the facility is to enable government raise funds to finance the Ghana Landscape Restoration and Small-Scale Mining Project. The terms of the facility are clearly indicated under paragraph 5 of your committee's report. The committee's observations are captured under paragraph 6. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I proceed to take the committee's conclusion. After carefully considering the agreement, the committee respectfully recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve by resolution the credit facility agreement between the government of Ghana and the IDA as earlier indicated. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder? Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, without any, I've read the motion and I've perused through the report of the committee chairman. So even before it's seconded for you to proceed, there is a constitutional procedural issue, and I intend to refer you to Article 181 of the 1992 Constitution and to further refer you to page 6 of the committee's report, and that before you proceed further, the chairman will have to provide particulars before we know what this House is doing. So, Mr. Speaker, when I quote Article 181, that is what mandates Parliament to approve loan agreements. And in 181, it says, Parliament may, by resolution supported by the votes of a majority of all the members of Parliament, authorize the government to enter into an agreement for the granting of a loan. Mr. Speaker, loan. When you come to page 5, there is no stated amount of the loan. I just see terms. I just see terms written in page 6. Now, we need to know the loan amount we are approving and the terms and conditions of the loan amount pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution. Because, Mr. Speaker, if we are not careful, when you take the chairman's report and he comes mixing in page 1, loan 75 million United States dollars, then you see grant amount of 28.360 million US dollars. This House has no obligation when it comes to approval of grants. So we need clarity before you allow this motion to be seconded. Other than that, as it stands now, it does not satisfy the minimum constitutional requirement. What are we approving? What are we approving? What loan amount are we approving? Under what terms and conditions? I say I've referred to the report. I've read up to the last page. If you have amount, I have seen in page 1. So, Mr. Speaker, if that clarity can be provided, we then can proceed further for the motion to be seconded. Other than that, Mr. Speaker, we would not be satisfying what is expected of us as a House. Thank you.
You know, Order 81 says, unless otherwise provided in these orders, every motion, unless made at the second reading or consideration stage of a bill, must be seconded, and if not seconded, shall not be debated or entered in the votes and proceedings. Order 86, Rule 6 says, a mover of a motion or amendment may speak in support of it, but no further debate shall be allowed until the motion or amendment has been seconded. These are the two orders to be considered. Now, I think we need to get somebody to second first before we move to the second stage. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to second the motion. And in doing so, I will crave the indulgence of the House to amend Table 1. Table 1, to add the loan amount, a column on loan amount, to mean that the loan amount is 75 million United States dollars. United States dollars, to satisfy the minimum requirement under Article 181 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me also say that.
Let me first cross-check from your chairman whether the proposed amendment is in order, and whether he accepts it, then we can move on.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, it is in order. Indeed, the minority leader was right. Traditionally, in addition to stating it in the introduction...
What did you say? Traditionally?
I said, normally...
Which tradition is that?
Normally, Mr. Speaker, in addition to stating it in the introduction and also on the cover, when it comes to the terms, we repeat the information again. That is what the minority that referred to. So he was right, and I also agree with the ranking member's amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good. Honourable members, the motion has been moved, is now being seconded, an amendment has been made and accepted, and so please kindly correct your records to reflect the amendment that had just been made. And then the secondment, he will have to continue to second the motion. He has finished seconding. Let me hear from him, because the standing orders are specific. Unless he reserves a right to come back. You have reserved that right?
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
The minority leader has yielded to me, has agreed that I continue. So, Mr. Speaker,
you should continue.
I will continue. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to know that the committee's work is to look at the terms and conditions of this loan. In fact, the loan is a World Bank loan. It's a standard IDA loan, where we have a 30-year term made up of 5 years grace period and 25 years repayment. There's a service charge of 1.5%, an interest payment of 1.37%. Mr. Speaker, the grant element is 18.85%, which falls short of a minimum concessional loan. Mr. Speaker, for the records, even though it is a World Bank standard loan for middle-income countries, it is important for us to know that it is not a concessional loan, but indeed it is one of the cheapest loans that we have contracted this year. Mr. Speaker, again, let me say that I do support the terms of the loan, but my only concern has to the fact that in the last 6 weeks, we have made to consider loans amounting to almost $1 billion. And Mr. Speaker, that is a major concern to me, that I believe that if you are in a ditch, the first thing you should do is to stop digging. But unfortunately, our brothers are still digging. And if care is not taken, we will dig and dig and dig and we'll swamp in debt. That is my concern. Mr. Speaker, let me say that in as much as the terms are good, does not mean that every single loan must go through. We should be mindful of the debt overhang situation that we find ourselves in. Mr. Speaker, me and my mouth, I will stop talking about debt, because where we are going as a country is dangerous. It's dangerous, and we should be mindful of this debt situation. It has become an overhang for all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion moved and seconded is now for the consideration of the House. Yes, after who? Honourable Minister for Health.
Mr. Speaker, I've been signaled and I want to withdraw from the contribution. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I like to speak on the motion moved and to associate myself with the legitimate issue raised by the ranking member of Finance, the Honourable Atu Forson. And Mr. Speaker, to serve notice that this side of the house going into next year, if we don't even support a motion, we think that there must be a borrowing ceiling for government. We can't go borrowing every other day and every other time. So, ending 2021, we'll tolerate and accommodate government. But into 2022, Mr. Speaker, we will compel government with limitations on what and how much it can borrow and for what purpose. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, they want to hear more. Even agreements that come to this house, unaccompanied by value for money audit reports and tax exemptions, you are on proper notice, will not have favorable support from us. So do your due diligence well in the coming years. You have overborrowed. Then in opposition, Wano. Like the Honorable Atuposi said, his mouth, your mouths, it didn't help you. You bastardized borrowing. Today you are borrowing even to fight Galamsey. But Mr. Speaker, my earlier submission, I was relying on Article 1813 and 4 of the 1992 Constitution. So table to take note when I refer to the table on page 6. And I still think that we should distinguish between the loan and the grant so that we know what Parliament is doing. But Mr. Speaker, may I refer you to page 8 of the committee's report. Contingent emergency response component. The costs, the English there, the costs do not include. I think there is something wrong. The chairman of the committee is not proper English. But Mr. Speaker, how much is the contingent emergency response component? We need to know. I've seen some figure there, but you are referring to the project is expected to end 30th September 2027. We need to know the proper amount designated for that purpose. Then, Mr. Speaker, when you come to component 2, enhance governance in support of sustainable artisanal mining. Do we really need money for enhanced governance? We have all the laws in Ghana, we have all the institutions, we have all the structure. So probably next time, the Ministry of Lands and the Ministry of Finance must negotiate better where to direct these funds. Why? They are not supposed to come and teach us governance. All we know is that we have failed in our quest to fight Galamsey. Is that why you are bringing in loan to come and help you fight? Because if you go further into the report, Mr. Speaker, you will come to page Mr. Speaker, you come to page 4, effects of environmental destructive mining practices. No, you must be reporting to this house the impact of small-scale mining. As a president and your good self, in an effort to fight it, you have not been successful. Report to us that you are not successful. Why? I drove past one of the water bodies with the deputy leader on our way to, you remember that weekend, on our way as we drove. You saw the color of the water as you drove into Jomoro. And you know that the impact is huge. And therefore, we should know where we are directing the money. Then, Mr. Speaker, again, page 3, English. Committees should note, what English is this? Given the critical role of natural resources to sustain economic development, to sustain or sustainable economic development. So, Mr. Speaker, our expert on finance Atu says that it's a near concessionary loan and a cheap loan. What I find significant, Mr. Speaker, and I conclude with it, is that we are told that two ministries, page 8, Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology and Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. I take it that there will be a coordinating committee of the two ministries, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and the Ministry for Environment and Science, Technology and Innovation, Is there a ministry called like that, Mr. Speaker? Is that the name of the Nana Adudankwa Ministry for Science and Innovation? Is that the name of the ministry? And then, Mr. Speaker, what you find justifiable in page 8 is a 60.28 million. This component seeks to link improved food production and ecological integrity through investment in production and forest landscape. So food, what food are we intending to see is production? We should know next time. With these words, Mr. Speaker, I speak in support of the motion. Thank you.
Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice in support of this motion. Mr. Speaker, I have heard the concerns of the minority leader regarding borrowing, that as a nation we shouldn't be borrowing and borrowing. So, Speaker, he may be right. Perhaps he is right in saying so, and I agree with him that we shouldn't be borrowing. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, his side should support effort at generating revenue from within, especially the E-Levy. Mr. Speaker, the E-Levy, which they publicly agreed to the principle and the policy and checking out by saying they don't support it. Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, if we stop borrowing, the alternative is to raise revenue from within. And I think he's made a national call, a very patriotic call coming from the minority leader. And I support it. So I agree that going into 2022, we should look at ways of generating revenue from within to support the private sector. Mr. Speaker, the unemployment situation is getting out of hand, and that is what led to the decision to introduce the Youth Start. That is the youth of Ghana getting opportunity to grow business in the private sector. So, Mr. Speaker, doing so will require not generating revenue, but not going to borrow to finance the private sector. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree, but he must act in good faith. The minority must support government to introduce this E-Levy, which is going to give us at least 6.9 billion to help the road sector, because everybody is complaining about the roads, and we shouldn't be borrowing to fix our roads. We shouldn't be borrowing to finance the private sector. So if he says we shouldn't be borrowing, I agree, but he must support the alternative, raising money from within, so that all of us can get a little from the country and not go out borrowing. Mr. Speaker, having said this, I would want to thank you for the opportunity and thank the minority leader for today telling Ghanaians that borrowing is not the way to go, but generating revenue from within is the way to go to help this country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, any guidance as to how many from each side of the house, so that we can give ourselves some time limits.
Mr. Speaker, the deputy leader is attributing words to me which by any search, including the verbatim report of the Hansard, will vindicate me that I only said that there must be limits to borrowing. Beyond that, I didn't make any comments. If he wants to stand by his thinking, let him stand alone with it, but not associate it with me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the statement is made by parity of reasoning. Mr. Speaker, we all know that government has two main sources of getting revenue. You either borrow or raise revenue from within.
Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, can we move on?
Mr. Speaker, we are moving on. But I dare say that, Mr. Speaker, we are moving on. Mr. Speaker, since you came, this is the first time I'm having my bike. So, Mr. Speaker, let me have my bike. He shouldn't be running away from his own reasoning. You say we shouldn't borrow. There must be a limit. If so, what is the alternative? The alternative is to raise revenue from within. These are your reasons. Mr. Speaker, they are not Democrats. They don't want to allow me to make my point. Mr. Speaker, they are not Democrats. They should sit down and allow debate to go on. Mr. Speaker, this is between two leaders. The backbench must allow us. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
All right. The Minister for Lands and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the House for the consideration of the motion. Mr. Speaker, and in so doing, assure the minority leader that this financial arrangement and intervention seeks to deal with some of the concerns he raised. The matters to do with governance when it comes to small-scale mining is exactly what this is intended to deal with. Mr. Speaker, and just for the record, let me also point out that the issues of governance do not relate to the laws per se. Mr. Speaker, it relates to the whole gamut of measures which are required to regulate the small-scale mining sector. The Inspectorate Division of the Minerals Commission, the various interventions we have to make to ensure that this sector is regularized. And Mr. Speaker, finally, let me also state for the records that one of the key objectives of this intervention, of this program, as captured at page 4 of the report of the committee, specifically at paragraph 6, Mr. Speaker, I'll read it out. This is the provision of incentives to attract private investors into sustainable exploration of unexploited mineral resources, especially in the Upper West, Upper East, Northern regions, and other parts of the country. Mr. Speaker, so if this motion is approved by this House, government is going to spend good money to explore for minerals in the Upper West, Upper East, and Northern regions. And the minority that knows that that will be of great concern to all of us. Mr. Speaker, with these words, let me thank the House and call on the House to approve of this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, this is a facility under Article 1813. Chairman of the committee, don't always forget to include the Loans Act. It's important because it's under 1813, which is different from 1811. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, I put the question. Those in favour of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is accordingly adopted.
Mr. Speaker, we may proceed to item 13, resolutions.
Oh, that one?
16, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, item 1.3, resolution. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker.
Oh, you are now the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, with respect,
Yes, please.
if you'll be pleased, the Finance Minister is unavoidably absent. May you graciously grant me for the Deputy Finance Minister to proceed with the resolution on his behalf, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the resolution captured as 13 on pages 11 and 12 of today's order paper be adopted now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Seconder.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, motion on resolution number 13, moved and seconded, is for the consideration of the House. It's a consequential resolution, so I put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of resolution number 13, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The resolution on order paper number 13 at page 11 is hereby adopted. Honorable members, First Deputy Speaker to take the chair. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, if you'll be pleased, shall we move to item 52, motion, with respect?
Honorable member, I will not be pleased. I was given the information that after this one we'll go to statements. There are some two short statements that I think should be made. Then we can continue.
Mr. Speaker, knowing that that's why I applied by...
That's why I said I will not be pleased.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Let's take the statements, then we'll come back to that. We are here, we'll do it.
Very well.
Statement. The first one stands in the name of Honorable Yao Gumado, MP for Akan constituency. Honorable member, you may now present your statement.
A statement on the need for maritime cabotage in Ghana, regulating of the commercial shipping operations in our territorial waters. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make this important statement on cabotage. Maritime cabotage is the legal regulation of commercial shipping operation within the nation's territorial waters exclusively. Cabotage laws and regulations, however, sets out the reservation of coastal trade for nation's citizens. As the preamble of the draft bill aptly put it, an act to restrict the use of foreign vessels in local trade in order to promote the development of indigenous tonnage and establish a cabotage vessel financing fund for related matters. Mr. Speaker, the local content is under the Petroleum Commission and tailored to the oil and gas industry. The maritime cabotage deals with coastal trade and inland waters. With the cabotage under the implementation of Ghana Maritime Authority, the national regulator of maritime-related issues, including the certification of seafarers, allocating seafarers to maritime and offshore jobs, will not be a challenge, as they are in a better position to know the level of manning available according to their records. Mr. Speaker, cabotage is one of the various protectionist policies adopted by a state in the protection of its domestic fleet in the carriage of cargoes within the coastal waters. Most cabotage laws restrict trade to vessels flying the country's flag. Manning of the vessel is also carried out by nationals of the state. whose flag the vessel flies. Historically, cabotage restrictions were justified by the need to preserve security for the local maritime industries. From this point of view, cabotage restriction aim at ensuring that local shipping companies carry locally generated cargo to protect local waters and ensure strategic deliveries and shipments. Mr. Speaker, there are so many vessels engaged in coastal trade, serving the oil and gas industry and other maritime purposes. The discovery of oil and gas by Ghana in commercial quantities in the deep waters, offshore areas led to the boom in offshore activities, thereby providing employment opportunities to Ghanaian seafarers in the offshore fleet. Due to the delay in the passage of the Maritime Cabotage Bill, jobs that should be the preserve of Ghanaians are being undertaken by foreigners, thus worsening the unemployment situation in the country. Nigeria passed the cabotage law in 2004, and this led to high employment rate of Nigerian nationals in the coastal shipping sector, including the offshore oil and gas sector, and also increased the acquisition of ships to Nigerians. Currently in Nigeria, only the master (captain) and chief engineer can be foreigners on Nigerian flag vessels, subject to non-availability of Nigerians to fill such high positions. Thereby, the Nigerian offshore industry is most close to foreign crew. Mr. Speaker, over the years, shipping industry in Ghana has been dominated by foreign operators who, by their huge capital and sophisticated technology, among others, have taken the chunk of these coastal activities: fishing, offshore support services, tankers, operation and general shipping, all inclusive. The impact, therefore, is a big chasm between the local and foreign frontiers in the Ghanaian shipping industry, leading to severe loss of revenue and job opportunities to the state and citizens. For example, if we have, for instance, 40 offshore support vessels operating in the country with about 26 crew members, each will amount to 1,040 jobs at any given time, or 2,080 jobs annually, considering routine crew changes. On the average, wages to these seafarers amount to about $4 million annually, and currently this is paid to foreigners on board foreign vessels operating in our waters. Have we considered what this money could have done to the economy if it was to be paid to our own seafarers? Although competition, they say, is a catalyst to development, the claim is true only when the competing ground is free and fair. As it were, we need to give Ghanaians a chance to own vessels and the Ghanaian seafarers to work freely in Ghanaian waters, thereby building local capacity and paving the way for competition in the international market in future. The passage and operationalization of the cabotage law will give impetus to the local content law to achieve this objective. Mr. Speaker, other matters affecting seafarers is that they are paid far lower wages than expatriates with the same rank performing the same task, with the claim that the foreigners are more competent, whereas this is not the case. The Regional Maritime University over the years has trained a lot of qualified personnel who are master mariners, chief engineers, marine electrical and electronics engineers like myself, who have worked on board various ocean-going vessels in offshore and offshore vessels worldwide for over 20 years. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that a member of this House, the MP for Tema East, is the son of a distinguished female captain of the sea made in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the Regional Maritime University is equipped with necessary resources to provide necessary expertise for the maritime industry. The then Ghana Nautical College was established in 1958 by Dr. Kwame Nkrumah to train marine officers to man vessels of the national carrier. the Black Star Line. The college was regionalized in 1983 as Regional Maritime Academy, serving Ghana, the Gambia, Cameroon, Sierra Leone, and Liberia. The academy attained university status in 2007 and now called the Regional Maritime University. Mr. Speaker, following the demise of the SY State Shipping Corporation, also known as the Black Star Line, there has been no other national commercial shipping line. Hence, Ghanaian seafarers have to look for work opportunities outside the shores of the country, which is becoming very difficult due to the passage of cabotage laws in most of these ship-owning countries, some of which include Nigeria, Malaysia, Angola, Australia, Brazil, Equatorial Guinea, Singapore, Iran, Germany, and Hong Kong. The Black Star Line used to train and employ most of the cadets who were produced by the college, but today these cadets come out of school in marine engineering and nautical science, but no foreign vessel is willing to take them on and provide them with the necessary training to groom them into proficient marine officers, thereby making it difficult for them to get contracts to work on vessels. The Black Star Line vessel had a 100% crew, being product of the Ghana Nautical College. Mr. Speaker, the passage of the cabotage bill will thus alleviate the plight of the Ghanaian seafarers in no small measure. The law will lead to acquisition of vessels by Ghanaians using the cabotage vessel financing fund, thus increasing indigenous tonnage and envisaged by the law. It will also set out a lot of opportunities for Ghanaians to provide services to the marine industry. Another important motivation for cabotage restriction is the fact that it will help in the maintaining national merchant fleet. Mr. Speaker, it is often argued that maintaining the national fleet contributes to reduce an adverse impact on fleet expenditures on the balance of payment. Secondly, it can contribute to economic growth and social well-being by developing the local capacity in several segments of the maritime transport value chain, particularly shipbuilding and repair, ship ownership, registration, operation, and seafarers' employment. Mr. Speaker, the profits generated from the oil fields are shared among the various partners after cost recovery, exploration and petroleum costs, charter of vessels, crew wages, and staff salaries, as well as other associated costs, are taken off, and out of the profit that they set aside, the government of Ghana carried interest of 9 to 10% is paid. Mr. Speaker, when the cabotage bill is passed, Ghanaians will be tasked to provide services to the maritime and offshore sectors, and this will encourage revenue retention within the country, stopping capital flight and maintaining the country's foreign reserve, boosting the country's economy, increasing per capita income, and providing standard of living. It will also grant employment opportunities to seafarers, build Ghanaians' capacity in ship owning, broaden local shipping and maritime agencies, which will further form the basis of future large-scale international trade, among others. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I appeal to the Transport Minister to follow up on the draft bill in order that it will be laid before this August House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Very well. There's another statement on the 60th anniversary of Ghana-Mexico diplomatic relations by the Ghana-Mexico Parliamentary Association, to be read by the Honorable Member for South Dai.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make this brief statement to commemorate the 60th anniversary regarding the diplomatic relation between Ghana and Mexico. Mr. Speaker, Ghana and Mexico Parliamentary Friendship Association wishes to congratulate the diplomatic relations that exists between Ghana and Mexico. Mr. Speaker, Ghana and Mexico shares rich history born out of historic experiences. In its independence from the United Kingdom in March 1957, becoming, of course, the first African nation to do so. Mr. Speaker, in 1960, we attained Republican status, and by 1961, in August, Mexico became the first country in Latin America to recognize and establish diplomatic relations with Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the beautiful history has it that in 1960, Mexican President Adolfo López Mateos sent a presidential delegation of goodwill to Ghana led by Special Envoy Alejandro Carrillo Marco. Mr. Speaker, in 1965, Mexico officially opened its mission in Accra. Ghana followed suit by opening an embassy in Mexico City. Mr. Speaker, this made Ghana the first African country to open an embassy in Mexico. Mr. Speaker, since the establishment of bilateral diplomatic relations between the two countries, conscious efforts have been made to grow and nurture the relationship to renew to the benefit of both countries. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the fact that both countries closed their diplomatic missions sometime along the line, with Mexico reopening its embassy office in Accra in 2014, the resolve to continue the bilateral dialogue remain unshaken. Mr. Speaker, the two countries have been able to consistently build a steady, prosperous and constructive foundation for a strong relationship over the last 6 decades. Mr. Speaker, by June 2020, Mexico embassy in Accra got reopened, and 20 missions and businesses made up of 6 from Mexico and 4 from Ghana to Mexico taking place. Mr. Speaker, the two countries have over the years improved on trade contracts as well as human relations in a very tremendous way. Mr. Speaker, as the two countries reflect on the significance of these relations that existed over the past decades, the Ghana-Mexico Parliamentary Friendship Association extends its warm congratulations to the two countries for sustaining a long-standing friendship. The common historic lines that exist must continue to guide both countries to define efforts at improving on the lives of people living in both countries. Mr. Speaker, as Mexico has been declared by the World Tourism Organization, WTO, as the 8th world main tourist destination in 2016, it's equally worthy of note that Ghana continues to remain a preferred and hospitable destination for tourism in sub-Saharan Africa. Mr. Speaker, we wish to further charge both countries to explore further avenues that will strengthen the relations of both countries, increase trade, increase the benefits that accrue therefrom in the interest of their citizens. The efforts made at facilitating academic exchanges, scholarship, research, and technical collaboration will go a long way to deepen the already warm relations of the two countries. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement which has been very ably made by my respected colleague, the Honorable Roxanne Dafiameko. Mr. Speaker, this statement celebrates 60 years of bilateral diplomatic relations between Ghana and Mexico. We share a rich history, Mr. Speaker, as the statement has chronicled. Mexico was the first Latin American country to recognize Ghana's independence, open diplomatic ties with Ghana, which Ghana also reciprocated shortly thereafter. Unfortunately, both countries have had quite a difficult economic history in the 1970s and 1980s. And so in the 1980s, Mexico cut down on its diplomatic missions across the world. And unfortunately, Ghana was to suffer from that policy decision. we also then decided to close our mission in Mexico. But, Mr. Speaker, as the statement has aptly captured, there is renewed verve and a strengthening of the bond of historical and ancestral friendship that exists between the two countries. And so, Mr. Speaker, in 2014, Mexico reopened its mission here in Accra. I observed, Mr. Speaker, that going through the program of activities for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration for the year 2022, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has quite an ambitious agenda to open 3 missions in the ensuing year. All things being equal, if they are able to raise the needed financial support, particularly from the Finance Ministry. And Mr. Speaker, it is gladdening to note that Mexico is one of those 3 countries. The other 2, Trinidad and Tobago, the third one being a Consulate General to be situated in Houston, Texas. So, Mr. Speaker, it's good to note that Ghana is also seeking to reciprocate and open its doors once again to our Mexican brothers and sisters. As we consider how to re-enter the diplomatic arena in Mexico, perhaps, Mr. Speaker, we can learn from what Mexico did when they re-established diplomatic ties in Accra. What they did was to work together as Pacific Alliance countries, and they pooled resources and established their diplomatic missions in one location. So the Pacific Alliance, made up of Mexico, Peru, Colombia, and Chile, they are within the same premises in Accra, and they are sharing resources, sharing the same reception, the same, even management services and what have you. And it's very economical, and these are perhaps the only countries that are doing this. It's quite novel, it's very, very beautiful, and it saves a lot of resources. So perhaps we can also learn from that as we consider re-establishing diplomatic ties in these dire economic situations that we find ourselves. We do not need to launch into Mexico with a full mission, a very base, and as it were, further incur more cost. Already we are paying about 25.7 million Ghana cedis in rent alone, because we do not own properties in the 60 missions that we have abroad, in some of the 60 missions that we have abroad. So we may want to learn from the example of the Pacific Alliance, pooling resources, perhaps within ECOWAS countries or AU countries that are already well established in Mexico. And that will really help us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also note that from the record, trade between Ghana and Mexico is increasing. In 2018, the trade volumes was about $16.1 million. We are shipping our cocoa and our textiles to Mexico. It appears very, very popular. They have a lot of need and interest in our cocoa products. They use it for all kinds of Mexican cuisines. And so there is really that potential, Mr. Speaker, if we are to re-establish ties. I must commend our foreign envoys, foreign ministers from the era of Foreign Minister Mumuni all the way to Foreign Minister the Honorable Shelia Yokoboche, who have kept very close touch with their counterparts, and they have had reciprocal meetings, and that goes to emphasize how solid the relations are. I also note that from the records, the former Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Oredu, represented the President at the swearing-in ceremony of President Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador when he was inaugurated into office a couple of years ago. So, Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Friendship Association statement is very much in order. It is timely, and we can only wish Ghana and Mexico very fruitful relations. We have very historic ties with Latin Americans. The history of slave trade teaches us that a lot of our compatriots were sent to Latin America, Mexico, Brazil. So even their food, their culture, you see a lot of African flavor, particularly West African flavor, Ghanaian flavor. Don't be surprised to eat meals that look like wache, that look like shito, that look like kenke when you travel to that part of the world. So we are really one people. We have a common heritage and we have a common destiny, and we need to close our ranks, close our ties, and work together to advance the cause of our nations and become fully developed nations like the other parts of the North. So, Mr. Speaker, I commend the Honorable Roxin for drawing attention to this very auspicious occasion, 60 years of very successful bilateral relations between Ghana and Mexico. May we see another 60 years of strong economic ties, of total liberation, and a fair and just world that will help us attain the dreams of our forefathers. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. That brings us to the end of statement time. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader. Up next. Oh, did you intend to contribute to the... Oh, very well. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this by the Member of Parliament for Akan constituency, the Honorable Yao Gomado, on the need for a cabotage law for the country. Mr. Speaker, in Tema today, we boast of the Maritime University that is engaged in training maritime staff across the West African coast. We also do have the shipyard, which is the biggest in West Africa for the maintenance of ships within our West African coast. And in the not too far past, we used to have the national ship line, which was the Blaster line. Mr. Speaker, these offered job opportunities for the young ones in Tema. But today, we have a sad spectacle in Tema where young men and women who are willing and able to work in both in the offshore oil and gas industry and the ship line are now struggling for employment. Mr. Speaker, I'm well aware that the cabotage law of 2017 has been hanging in this parliament for a long while. I want to call attention to this and ask the Honorable House to take steps to pass the law to ensure that the benefits that will accrue to our young ones in Ghana with the discovery of oil and gas should be taken now. It's a sad story that we continue to import foreigners to come and work in our country, jobs that ordinary Ghanaians can actually undertake. In some cases, we bring people from the Asian region to undertake painting, ordinary painting. And I believe that the shipyard, which has been in existence for a long while, with practical training, I have personally done internship at the shipyard before. And I do know we have the facility there, and people have been engaged for years and have acquired rich experience to be able to undertake some of these activities, so the hard-earned foreign currencies will stay in our country. Mr. Speaker, I say this also because when you look at the number of vessels that are applying our coast in our shores, in the Ghanaian waters, if we pass this law and ensure that able and willing young men who have acquired training from the Maritime University, some short courses, some 2-year courses, with all these education and training they have, they do not have the space to earn a living in our waters. May I urge this House to speedily look at the Cabotage Law of 2017 and pass, so that the numerous youths in Tema, especially Tema East, who are looking for jobs, would also find space in the oil and gas, as well as the trawling and other industrial fisheries within the West African coastline. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Very well. That brings us to the end of statement time. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, at the commencement of public business, and then page 40, motion 52. Page 40, motion 52. And Mr. Speaker, with your leave, if the Deputy Minister for Finance.
Yes, Honourable Deputy Leader. Honourable Deputy Leader for the minority. Do you have any objection to the application?
Mr. Speaker, we are waiting for the E-Levy report. And what is referring to motion 52 is about the third reading. Okay, we can allow third reading because it's just bowing down. So we can allow third reading. Then we can go for the E-Levy.
Very well. Honourable members, motion numbered 52 on today's order paper at page 40. Honourable Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Penalty and Interest Waiver Amendment Bill 2021 be now read the third time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honourable Jeffrey.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved.
Members, the motion has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the House adopting the motion, say aye. All against, say no. Ayes have it. The motion is carried.
I'm asked to extend the period for application for a waiver of penalty and interest on accumulated tax arrears up to 31st December 2021 for persons who make arrangements with the Ghana Revenue Authority for payments of the principal tax to 31st March 2022 and to provide for related matters.
The Penalty and Interest Waiver Amendment Bill 2021 is now read the third time and passed. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, same page 40, motion 53. Item 53.
Very well. Item 53. Income Tax Amendment Bill.
And Mr. Speaker, with your leave, if the Deputy Minister for Finance could do that.
Yes, Honourable Deputy Minister.
Mr. Speaker.
The second Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Income Tax Amendment number 2 bill be now read the second time. Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill is to review the rates of income tax for individuals, reduce the withholding tax rate for sale of unprocessed gold by small-scale miners from 3% to 1.5%, increase the threshold of the presumptive tax on turnover under the modified taxation scheme from 200,000 Ghana cedis to 500,000 Ghana cedis, and extend the coronavirus COVID-19 concessions granted for further 6 months in 2022. Mr. Speaker, the withholding tax on the sale of unprocessed minerals is estimated million Ghana cedis in 2020, while the presumptive tax is expected to generate approximately 86 million Ghana cedis. The concessions are estimated to cost 27,600,000 Ghana cedis. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Who is seconding it?
Speaker, I second the motion moved.
Is here. Honourable members, the question is, as many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted.
Tax Act 2015 Act 896 to reduce the rates of income tax for individuals, to reduce the withholding tax rates for sale of unprocessed gold by small-scale miners, to increase the threshold for an individual to whom the presumptive tax under the modified taxation scheme applies, to extend the COVID-19 concessions granted in 2021 for further 6 months in 2022, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Income Tax Amendment Bill number 2 is duly read the third time. The second time, yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, the motion was moved and seconded. And you said it was... no, it is moved and seconded. We should debate. We have not. That is what I want to draw his attention to. It's for consideration, yes.
Honourable members, let him come back. It's now for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we are handicapped. We don't have the report, so we can't debate the motion. We don't have the report, so we can't debate. I don't have the report. I'll be calling for a report. I'll be calling for a report. Do you have the report? Let me see your report. Let me see the report. That is not the report. You are showing a different report. Leader, the report, that one is what we have just approved. You are showing a different report. That is not a report.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, so that my colleague does not give any wrong impression, this report was distributed last week. Yeah. The fact that you don't have it here doesn't mean that it's not been distributed. It's been distributed last week. Everyone has it.
The chairman of the committee, may I hear you?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I understand the report. The motion has been seconded, but with your leave, I'd like to present the committee's report. Yes.
Very well. So you may present the committee's report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee, after the referral was made, met with officials from the Ministry of Finance and GRA and we have put together this report, which I request the Handler Department to capture in full, whilst I take the highlights. The purpose of the bill, Mr. Speaker, as stated under paragraph 4 of your committee's report, the observations of the committee captured under paragraph 6. The committee did have propose some amendments which we will put forward during the consideration stage. But in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, having thoroughly examined the bill, is convinced that the proposed amendments are necessary to, among others, relieve tax burden on income earners at the lower band, reduce the withholding tax rate on the sale of unprocessed goods to reduce smuggling, and then increase the threshold for the presumptive tax on turnover under the modified taxation scheme to 500,000 Ghana cedis so as to expand the net, and finally extend the COVID-19 concessions granted in 2021 for a further 6 months in 2022 to give further relief to the industry. We therefore urge the House to approve this bill and to let it become law. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to also contribute to the motion that was moved by the Minister responsible for Finance. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me say that I was amazed to know that the presumptive tax, as introduced by the Income Tax Act 2015, had never been implemented. Mr. Speaker, at the committee we were informed that since 2015, the presumptive tax that is meant to give the ordinary Ghanaian engaging in petty trading the opportunity to pay a tax at a reduced rate of 6% has not been implemented. We were subsequently informed that they intend to increase the threshold in line with inflation and to implement it. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the steps that I believe that it will help encourage the ordinary Ghanaian to contribute their widow's mite towards national development, to the extent that they are not paying full extent of corporate income tax or income tax. They have been advised to pay the presumptive tax rate of 6%, which I believe is a step in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, it is not a new law. It is something that already exists back since 2015. What they seek to do here is to adjust the threshold in line with inflation since 2015 and to implement the policy. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support the motion.
Yes, Honorable Member for Okaikwe Central.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to add a motion and ask that this House adopts the reports of the committee. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to know that countries within the sub-region and the reports we get with regards to unprocessed gold does not conform with the reports that our government has. Mr. Speaker, you'll be surprised to know that governments will be reporting processed gold or the price of metals in their countries, let's say $5 billion, but we will be reporting, let's say, $1 billion in our reports. It stems from the fact that the withholding tax of 3% was encouraging those within the small-scale industry to smuggle the gold through other means. Government, therefore, has decided in consultation with the small-scale gold Mr. Speaker, let me read the last but one paragraph. To quell this trend, government has decided to reduce the withholding tax to 1.5%. Mr. Speaker, and government therefore had to consult the Association of Small-Scale Miners to monitor the collection of the withholding tax. Mr. Speaker, I think this is a laudable achievement on government to stem that tide, and I add my voice to this report and ask you to support the motion. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Deputy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I like to support the motion and want to touch on page 4, page 6 and 7 of the report. Mr. Speaker, the impact of this bill, effect of reducing revenue to government by a little over 100 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the review of the personal income tax rates will reduce revenue to the tune of 220 million, but withholding tax and unprocessed mineral free will also contribute about 34 million, the presumptive tax 86 million. So the net effect is 100 million Ghana cedis. So Speaker, when you come to page 7, the committee says that the minister explained to the committee that the expected revenue shortfall, which is driven solely by the reduction in the personal income taxes, will be set off by the ongoing exercise to expand and widen the tax net. So the report should have at least indicate how much the minister is expecting from the exercise that will widen and expand the tax net. Then we can then conveniently know that the shortfall of 100 million can be set off by that exercise. And Mr. Speaker, about 9 million Ghanaians are expected to pay direct taxes to government. And so far, according to the minister, about 2.4 million or 2.8 million are paying taxes to government, which means that more than 6 million Ghanaians are not paying taxes. The taxes here is the direct taxes. They are earning income, but they are not paying taxes. So if the Minister of Finance should focus more on how these people who are earning income can also be paid tax to government, the kind of money the government will raise will be sufficient. If 2.4 million Ghanaians are paying direct taxes, and if you look into the budget, the direct taxes or the tax on income will contribute to more than 20 billion Ghana cedis. If 2.4 million Ghanaians are paying that tax, how much will additional 6 million Ghanaians will pay? Which means that double the amount from direct taxes can be realized from this tax income earned. So the effort should rather be made towards how these people who are earning income can also be brought into the tax net. It's very important. It means that over 6 million Ghanaians are earning income and they are not paying anything to government. They are earning income. I'm talking about direct taxes. Direct tax is charged on income, either from business, from investment, or from employment. So, if the Minister of Finance can focus on targeting these 6 million Ghanaians, we can reap in more revenue to government. So the issue of E-Levy will not even come at all. Mr. Jiga, this is the point. E-Levy will not come at all. But to go and be taxing and retaxing the same people, that will be the laziest way of collecting revenue for government. Mr. Jiga, the Minister of Finance should direct his effort and energy towards how these 6 million Ghanaians who are earning income and they're not paying taxes can also pay tax to government. So, Speaker, with this statement, I believe that we can get more revenue for government. We concentrate more on people who earn income and but do not pay tax to the government. Thank you very much.
Honourable members,
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is as many as are in favor of the motion listed at 53 in today's order paper, say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. So we move to item number 54.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, with your leave, if the Deputy Minister for Finance would.
But the minister himself is here. Very well.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that, notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1281, which require that when a bill has been read...
Honourable Deputy Minister, hold on. Hold on, please. Yes, Honourable Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we always allow the deputies to move motions and do business on behalf of the minister if the ministers are not present in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, we have the finance minister here, and the deputy minister is moving the motion. We even have the Minister of State and the Minister of Finance. So we should not allow this thing to happen. The Minister is here, so let's allow the Minister to do his business.
Yes, Majority Leader to come to you.
Mr. Speaker, yes, indeed, the Minister is here. We're having some other discussion on a very serious matter. However, Mr. Speaker, my difficulty in this house is this. The Deputy Minority Leader rises up to make a point. The House is listening to him in silence. Why is it that whenever a leader from the majority side rises up, we don't want to give the person a hearing? Where from that? Where from that? Mr. Speaker, in any event, this is a mere procedural motion that the Deputy Minister is making. Thereafter, when we come to the bigger picture, the Minister is here. What is this?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the point is that 54 has already been moved and seconded. At the time it was seconded, I was not here. So I came and presented the committee's report, and Honourable Atufo saying also made contributions to that motion. Where we are left now is a consideration of the bill.
Honourable Deputy Minister, you may move the procedural motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1281, which require that when a bill has been read a second time, it shall pass through a consideration stage, which shall not be taken until at least 48 hours have elapsed. The consideration stage of the Income Tax Amendment Number 2 Bill 2021 may be taken today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved. Any seconder? Yes, Honourable.
I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, there is procedural motion. The question is as many as are in favour of the motion, say aye. Those against the motion, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Move to income tax amendment at the consideration stage.
Honorable members, cross one.
Third schedule of Act 870 amended.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee has these amendments. Clause 1, amendment proposed. Head note, delete 870 and insert 896. Mr. Speaker, this amendment has become necessary to correct a typographical error. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the amendments as proposed stands part of the bill. The question is, as many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The amendment stands as part of the bill. We move to clause 2.
Second schedule of Act 896 amended.
Clause 2, amendment proposed. Head note, delete 870 and insert 896 for the same reason, Mr. Speaker. I so propose.
Honorable members, the amendment proposed stands as part of the bill. Honorable members, those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the amendment stands as part of the bill. Clause 2 is therefore part of the bill. We move to III, long title. The chairman.
An act to amend the Income Tax Act 2015, Act 896, to review the rates of income tax for individuals, to reduce the withholding tax rate for sale of unprocessed gold and small-scale miners, to increase the threshold for an individual to whom the presumptive tax under the modified taxation scheme applies, to extend the COVID-19 concessions granted in 2021 for further 6 months in 2022, and to provide for related matters.
Yes, the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, long title, amendment proposed. Line 2, delete individuals with a comma and insert individuals with a semicolon. And in line 3, delete minus with a comma and insert minus with a semicolon. In line 4, delete applies with a comma and applies with a semicolon. Mr. Speaker, the point of these amendments, as was advised by the drafters, is to make the reading of it comprehension easier. I so propose, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the amendment proposed to stand part of the bill. All those in favor of the amendment, those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The long title as proposed stands part of the bill. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, on page 41, 56. And with your leave, if the Deputy Minister. Page 41, item 56. And with your leave, if the Deputy Minister for Finance.
I'm coming. Honorable Member, you've come to the end of the consideration stage, please. So, Honorable Member, let me invite you to page number 41, item number 56. Motion. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 131(1), which require that when a bill has passed through the consideration stage, the third reading thereof shall not be taken until at least 24 hours have elapsed,
the motion for the third reading of the Income Tax Amendment Number 2 Bill 2021 may be moved to today. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yeah, any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. Of course, this is a procedural motion, and the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against the motion, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Income Tax Amendment Number 2 Bill 2021 be now read the third time. I so move. Thank you.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and the motion has been seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. I will put the question, and the question is, as many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it.
An act to amend the Income Tax Act 2015, Act 896, to review the rates of income tax for individuals, to reduce the withholding tax rate for sale of unprocessed gold by small-scale miners, to increase the threshold for an individual to whom the presumptive tax under the modified taxation scheme applies, to extend the COVID-19 concessions granted in 2021 for further 6 months in 2022, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2021 duly read the third time and pass. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if I may take you back to item 6, presentation of papers on page 5E, EI.
Come again?
EI on page 5.
Honourable members, let me invite you to page number 5, item number E, presentation of papers I, the chairman.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Electronic Transfer Levy Bill 2021.
Honourable members, the report is being represented. It is referred to the committee. Oh, this committee's report. So it's for distribution to honourable members, please.
Mr. Speaker, if I might take you to page 41.
I seek his leave for the Deputy Minister to move.
And with your leave, if the Deputy Minister for Finance could move.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Value Added Amendment Bill 2021 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, the object of the bill is to amend the Value Added Tax 2013, Act 870, to review the Value Added Tax flat rate scheme, to limit the application of the flat rate to retailers of an annual turnover not exceeding 500,000 Ghana cedis, and extend the zero rate Value Added Tax on African textile prints for textile manufacturers by a period of 2 years. Mr. Speaker, the review of the value-added tax rate is estimated to generate additional revenue of 1,018 Ghana cedis, while the relief for local textile manufacturers is estimated at 195 million Ghana cedis. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, Honourable Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion and in the process present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, we met with officials from the Ministry of Finance to look at the Value-Added Tax Amendment Bill 2021. The update of the bill, as rightly captured by the proponents, indicated under paragraph 3, the observations of the committee under paragraph 5, the expected benefits under paragraph 5.3. And so in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, after a careful consideration, the committee is of the view that the bill is in the right direction as it addresses the issue of inequalities and domestic producers of local substitutes face, as well as assisting the garment sector to grow and provide employment. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt its report, which I request the Handel Department to capture in full, and pass the Value-Added Tax Amendment Bill 2021 in accordance with the Constitution and our standing orders. It's important to indicate, Mr. Speaker, that for this, the committee had no amendments. It's please submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Yes, Honorable Atto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it has become like a ritual. Almost all the time, every single tax policy that this side of the House has been speaking against, it goes and it comes back and they change their position. Mr. Speaker, why am I saying so? In the early 2017s, the Honorable Minister responsible for finance appeared before us and has said to us that there was the need for government to exempt retailers and wholesalers from the entire 17.5% and to give them a flat rate of 3%. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House argued that that policy will in fact bring about non-compliance of the VAT regime, to the extent that if you have a company that is a wholesaler and you are exempting them from paying the full VAT flat rate, not only that, but most importantly, you have decided to exempt them from the accounting of the VAT system. Mr. Speaker, for me, I believe that this is not the first time I've seen this administration coming back to reverse what we've criticized. We criticized the luxury vehicle tax. We told them that it will not stand the test of time. Yes, it did. They had to come back and remove it. So, Speaker, when they introduced the 40% income tax rate, we criticized it here. They did not listen to us. They went back, implemented, and they came back to remove it. I'm not surprised that they've come back again to remove this very thing that we criticized some years ago, 5 years ago. Mr. Speaker, what surprises me is that they are saying that as a result of government changing the accounting system by allowing them to account for the full VAT rate, they are going to get more revenue. Mr. Speaker, this vindicates our position that that particular VAT that they allowed wholesalers to pay a VAT flat rate was rather detrimental to the revenue collection. So I'm surprised that they keep on saying that it is really going to be compliant and it's going to support compliance regime. The Speaker, is the opposite. I wish to say that in the same vein today, by close of day, we will criticize and oppose electronic transfer levy. And I hope they listen to us. Otherwise, they will go back and then it will fail and they will come back and remove it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved, the motion has been seconded, the motion has been debated. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it.
An act to amend the Value Added Tax Act 2013, Act 870, to limit the application of the flat rate to a retailer for a turnover not exceeding 500,000 Ghana cedis per annum, and extend the Value Added Tax Zero rate on African textile prints for textile manufacturers by a period of 2 years.
Honorable members, the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2021 is read. Is read the second time. Yes.
Speaker, item 5. 5.9, isn't it?
The procedural motion.
Procedural motion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 128.1, which require that when a bill has been read a second time, it shall pass the consideration stage, which shall not be taken until at least 48 hours have elapsed. The consideration stage of the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2021 may be taken today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill at the consideration stage. The question is,
There are no amendments.
as many as are in favor, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Honorable members, the Value Added Amendment Bill 2021 at the consideration stage.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, as I earlier indicated, the committee had no amendments.
So, cross one.
Section 3 of Act 870 amended.
There's no amendment. So the question is, as many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Cross one stands part of the bill. Yes, cross two.
Second schedule to Act 870 amended.
Honorable members, there's no amendment. So the question is, as many cross two stands part of the bill. Many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Cross two stands part of the bill. Now, the long title, please.
An act to amend the Value Added Tax Act 2013, Act 870, to limit the application of the flat rate to a retailer with a turnover not exceeding 500,000 Ghana cedis per annum, and extend the Value Added Tax Zero rate on African textile prints for textile manufacturers by a period of 2 years.
Honorable members, as many as are in favor of the long title standing as part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. Now, members, the long title stands part of the bill.
Yes, let's move to item number 61. The Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To move that item listed number 61, Mr. Speaker, the motion 61 be. I would like to move the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the chairman. Second.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Very well. The question is, as many as are in favor of the procedural motion, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried.
Let us straighten the base.
Yes, Honourable Minister, let me invite you to motion number 62.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Value-Added Tax Amendment Bill 2021 be now read the third time. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the chairman.
I second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved and the motion has been seconded. The question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against the motion, say no. The ayes have it, honourable members.
An act to amend the Value Added Tax Act 2013, Act 870, to limit the application of the flat rate to a retailer with a turnover not exceeding 500,000 Ghana cedis per annum, and extend the Value Added Tax zero rate on African textile prints for textile manufacturers by a period of 2 years.
Honourable members, the Value Added Amendment Tax Bill 2021 duly read the third time and passed. Yes, Majority Leader, may I be guided?
Speaker, we must be dealing with item 63. Unfortunately, the reports are being printed in the printing room, and my information is that they require about 15 minutes to get them, to get them ready. So I don't know whether they may not suspend sitting for about 20 minutes. About 20 minutes. The Speaker, so we should spend sitting for about 20 minutes.
Honourable members, may you indulge me to suspend the House for 30 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, so let's reconvene at 7 o'clock. At 7 o'clock.
Honourable members, we are coming back at exactly 7 o'clock. The House is duly suspended for 30 minutes. Honorable members, let me welcome you back. Yes, majority leadership.
Speaker, we go on to page 18 of today's order paper and begin with the procedural motion, item 23.
Honorable members, let me invite you to page number 18, item number 23, motion. The chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to move that the procedural motion listed as item 23 on today's order paper be taken today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the motion has been moved. Who is seconding it?
I second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Member for Okankwe Central. Honorable members, this is procedural motion. The motion has been moved and has been seconded. The question, therefore, is as many.
Mr. Speaker, in line with our standing orders, if the order is to be suspended, the chairman will need to explain to us the reasons why he wants the order suspended. Mr. Speaker, he has failed to inform us why he's suspending the orders, and I will urge him to give us the reasons why he's suspending the orders. Thank you.
Very well. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I do not quite appreciate the issue he raises with me as the chairman of the committee was invited to move a motion under my name, which I have. I just don't understand what he means by. Okay. I get you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have been appropriately educated. I request the House to suspend the order in order that we may be able to take this important facility as we are rising, so that the difficulties associated with the delays in projects like that will not materialize. It is for this reason that, on the standing orders, I request your leave, Mr. Speaker, to have the order suspended.
Very well. So, Honorable Guama, may you second the motion again?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Very well. So, yes, he rose to second it. So that is why I mentioned his name. Honorable members, the motion is procedural. The motion has been moved, has been seconded. The question is as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against the motion, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. Let's
Yes, may you move the substantive motion?
Thank you, Mr. I'm going to speak to you. Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the motion listed as item 24 on today's order paper be moved now. And in the process, I would like to present your committee's report. It is a report of the Finance Committee on the Credit Facility Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana and the Government of the Republic of Korea for an amount of 68 million United States dollars to finance the implementation of the Northern Ghana Rural Electricity Infrastructure and Access Project. Mr. Speaker, the terms, the justification has been captured by the committee in our report, which I request the Hansa Department to capture in full, under paragraph 5. The terms of the facility is under paragraph 6. The committee's observation follows from page 5 under paragraph 7, taking me to the conclusion, Mr. Speaker, which I present as follows. The committee, having carefully examined the referral, is convinced that the facility would contribute towards improvement in the power supply in the northern parts of the country. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the indicated facility. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes, the ranking member. Yeah, honorable member for Gusegu. Yapi. Go on.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, like the chairman rightly said, this is a $68 million facility to support the northern sector in terms of electricity supply and resilience. Mr. Speaker, it might interest you to note that the whole of the northern sector, our total consumption is less than that of Tema. The whole of the northern sector. Indeed, when we assumed office, the access rate was about 34%.
You mean the entire 5 regions?
Not just the 5. It even includes some other resources, more than 5.
Northern, Savannah,
Northern region, Savannah region, Northeast, Upper West, Northern Volta, Brong and Hafo, and even some part of Ashanti region, Mr. Speaker. But by dint of hard work, led by the Venerable Dr. Komnadonko and Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Bua and my very self, Mr. Speaker, we were able to raise the access rate to over 70% within that short space. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to belabor the point. This is more or less a concessionary loan. The interest payment is just 0.1% per annum. It has a 10-year grace period and the repayment period of 30 years. That is inclusive of the grace period. And so, in line with our normal tradition, this qualifies for approval. We are not anti-government, Mr. Speaker, and we are not going to put the brakes on government. But when the need be, Mr. Speaker, wallahi, as for the E-Levy, we are against it. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. Thank you very much.
my God, were you threatening us?
Mr. Speaker, I dare not threaten when you in particular, you are in this chair. Because you are my mentor. And so I'm not threatening you at all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved, the motion has been seconded. It takes for the consideration of the House. Yes, honorable member for Okankwe Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, indeed, this is a very important facility for the people of this country, especially in the northern part of the country. Mr. Speaker, I wish that the minutes of our committee meeting to have been tabled on the floor today. This facility enjoyed the seriousness and the consensus that it deserves. And it's not surprising that my brother Jinapo has thrown his weight behind it and is wishing the country to inch up to the 90% or 100% penetration within the rural communities up north. So, Speaker, this facility is very good, and I commend government for taking it up. And also, such facilities like the Kwalugu, the Tamale Water, the Tamale Interchange, and the entire Eastern Corridor. This shows that government is sharing the national cake equally, and we must support government's program and ensure that we raise adequate revenue to undertake some of these projects. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Member for Who Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I also want to support the motion to take this very cheap load by all standards. Mr. Speaker, we note that the project itself costs about 80 million, and the loan is 68 million US dollars. That means there is a counterpart funding requirement of about 12 million. And
Cedis or dollars?
Sorry, $million. I hope that the government will make good its portion so that the project could take off smoothly and get concluded in good enough time. As noted earlier, the loan is cheap and it will relieve us of a lot of financial strains. We try to check whether this amount will be on-lent to NEDCO, but there were suggestions that since a social intervention project, the government should just take up all of it. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is a small difference as stated in the memo between that and what the government is actually going to pay. It's about $6,000. But I think the finance people will make that correction as soon as possible. But as noted earlier today, our ranking member talked about us borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. My question, Mr. Speaker, is when will Ghana, beyond aid, also start lending to other nations? If this works, I still root for the money anyway.
Very well. Honourable members, the motion which was moved by the chairman has been seconded and has been debated. The question therefore is, as many as are in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against the motion say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes. Leadership, may I be guided? Leadership, may I be guided?
Speaker, we cannot go on to item 25, I guess.
Honourable members, I invite you once again to page number 18, item number 25, resolution. Yes, the minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the resolution captured as item 25 on page 18 on today's order paper be adopted now? I so move, Mr. Speaker.
18 and 19.
On pages 18 and 19, Mr. Speaker.
So move.
I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the resolution has been moved. Yes, Chairman.
I second the
Honourable members, the resolution has been moved, has been seconded. The question is, as many as are in favour of the resolution say aye. Aye. Those against the resolution say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The resolution is adopted.
Speaker, page 42. Page 42. Procedural motion 63. Page 42, item 63.
63.
Yes.
Very well. Let me respectfully invite you to, invite you to page number 42, item number 63, motion, Minister for Finance.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a motion numbered 63 on page 42 be adopted. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Yes. Hold on. Honorable. Yes. Honorable Chief.
Can I move to second the motion moved?
Honorable members. Honorable member for Boko Central. You've been getting up. What is it?
Right, Honorable Speaker. The Speaker, I seek your leave to arrest the process of suspending Standing Order 81 for the purposes of doing away with the notice of 48 hours before we take the second reading of the Electronic Transfer Levy Bill 2021. So, Speaker, I do so pursuant to Articles 106(13). I do so pursuant to Articles 106(13), Article 1031, Order 192, Order 197, and Order 119. Mr. Speaker, the combined effect of these two constitutional provisions and these three standing orders of Parliament make it inappropriate for us to suspend the standing order for this bill to be taken through a certificate of urgency. Mr. Speaker, if you take Article 106 clause 13. It is clear in its language on the procedure for taking a bill under a certificate of urgency. Mr. Speaker, it reads, and with your permission, let me quote, where it is determined by a committee of parliament appointed for the purpose, a committee of parliament appointed for the purpose that a particular bill is of an urgent nature, then the consequences, which is suspension of all the procedural requirements, so that it can be taken under a certificate of urgency, will follow. Now, a committee appointed for that purpose is not the same as a committee appointed under Article 103 for dealing with subject matters, that is standing committees. There has to be a specific committee appointed for that purpose. Mr. Speaker, again, if you take our standing orders, Order 119 is clear in its language. 119 says that where it is determined and certified by the appropriate committee of the House appointed in that behalf that a particular bill is of an urgent nature, that bill may be introduced without publication. So, Speaker, the point at which a bill is determined to be of an urgent nature is before its introduction. Before its introduction. But the minister, at the point when he was laying the bill, introducing it, did not pray this parliament to consider it under a certificate of urgency. So the bill was referred to a committee as a non-urgent bill. That was what happened. It was referred to a committee as a non-urgent bill. And I am supported by the votes and proceedings of Thursday. In the votes and proceedings of Thursday, when the bill was laid, he did not indicate that he wanted the bill to be considered under a certificate of urgency. And therefore, the Speaker did not refer as one of the mandates of the committee the determination whether or not the bill should be considered under a certificate of urgency.
That's true.
It was when the minister appeared before the committee that he then made an application to the committee to allow the bill to be considered under a certificate of urgency. Mr. Speaker, that cannot happen. This parliament cannot refer a matter to a bill to a committee, and then give it its specific mandate. And then at the meeting of the committee will vary its mandate and extend it to include the determination of whether or not it should come under a certificate of urgency. And I'm fortified by orders 125 of our standing orders. And let me read order 125 for your consideration.
This is 125. What?
Yes, Right Honourable Speaker. Here, let me first deal with Order 192. Order 192 of the standing orders. 192 of the standing orders is clear on the mandate of a committee. 192 says that instructions to committee
Instructions to committee. An instruction empowers a committee to consider matters not otherwise referred to it. And 1923 says that an instruction to a committee extending or restricting the order of reference may be moved after notice on any day prior to the report of the committee. So when you give instructions to a committee, the committee must stick to the mandate of the committee. And the mandate of the committee is spelled out under Order 169. 169 deals with the Finance Committee. So let me indicate, Mr. Speaker, what the mandate of the Finance Committee is. Yes. 169 deals with the mandate of the Committee of Finance. The Committee on Finance shall be composed of 25 members, to which shall be referred bills, enquiries, and other matters relating to finance and the economy generally. So their focus is on finance and the economy. That is not the place to determine whether or not a bill is of an urgent matter for which we should waive all the procedural requirements that are contained in the Constitution for the consideration of bills. And the scope of a committee is also clearly stated in the standing orders. The scope of the committee are clearly stated in the standing orders. So if you read Order 197, Order 197, Mr. Speaker. Scope of deliberation. The deliberations of a committee shall be confined to the matter referred to it by the House, and any extension or limitations to it made by the House, and in the case of a committee on a bill, to the bill referred to it and relevant amendments. So the scope of a committee is clear. And the point I'm making is that at the time when he laid the bill, he did not request that the bill should be considered under a certificate of urgency. And when the bill was referred to the committee was not given a mandate to consider whether or not the bill should be considered under a certificate of urgency. And so the committee cannot show motive on its own at its meeting, arrogate to itself the power to make a determination as to the urgency or otherwise of the bill, and therefore recommend to this House that we should consider the bill under a certificate of urgency. That is the first fundamental issue. The second fundamental issue is 119. 119 is clear, Mr. Speaker. 119 is clear, and the clarity of 119 can be seen from reading the entire provision of the Standing Order 119, where it is determined and certified by the appropriate committee of the House appointed in that behalf that a particular bill is of an urgent nature. That bill may be introduced without publication. So it has to be before the introduction. Mr. Speaker, I've heard people on the other side say, we've been doing this in the past. But the fact that you've been doing the wrong thing in the past doesn't mean that on a particular day you cannot do the right thing. The right thing is that the determination of urgency is done before the matter is referred to the subject matter committee. It cannot be the subject matter committee sitting and arrogating to itself the power to determine a matter to be considered under a certificate of urgency. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise to object to the consideration of this bill under a certificate of urgency on the basis of the orders that I have cited, and I challenge my colleagues on the other side to show, Mr. Speaker, that the combined reading of Article 106.13, 103.1, Orders 192, Orders 197, and Orders 119 does not preclude that committee from recommending to this House that we should consider this bill under a certificate of urgency. I so challenge the mover of the motion and urge this House to reject the motion on the grounds that it is a clear violation of the Constitution and the standing orders of this House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member for Okaigwe Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague on the other side clearly misread the provisions of the Constitution and our standing orders. Let me refer him to Order 119, which he cited, and the numerous provisions of our standing orders which are clearly inapplicable to the application before us. Mr. Speaker, Order 119 states, and I read, that where it is determined and certified by the appropriate committee, insert the Finance Committee of the House appointed in that behalf, that a particular bill, in this regard the E-Levy bill, is of an urgent nature, that bill may be introduced without publication. Copies of the bill shall be distributed to members, which we have done, and may be taken through all the stages in one day. Article 103.13, where it is determined, Mr. Speaker, 119 was taken from Article 103.13, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague who just spoke sat in the committee as a friend this morning, and this issue came up, and a vote was taken. I have with me the decisions of the committee, Mr. Speaker, which doesn't match what he told the House this evening. Mr. Speaker, it is for a reason that the committees of Parliament are supposed to file minutes of their committee meeting to defeat such applications by the stranger who was in our committee meeting today. Mr. Speaker, we have a very important government business before us. We don't begrudge our colleagues from raising legitimate issues, but I believe that the application to arrest the motion is unfounded. It's not grounded in law. My colleagues cited inapplicable rules of the House and the Constitution. And the Finance Committee, which is the committee that made that determination with your colleagues, with a vote of 13-12, made that decision for this bill to be taken through all the processes as stated in the Constitution and in our standing orders. Mr. Speaker, I urge on you not to entertain this mischievous application and allow the House and the bill to take its normal course. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honourable members, I think this is clear. The constitutional provision as well as the standing orders 119 is clear. It is not a question of the Speaker determining that particular referral to be urgent. It's a committee that should determine that this particular referral is of urgent nature as per Order 119, where it is determined and certified by the appropriate committee of the House appointed
that a particular bill is of an urgent nature, that bill may be introduced without publication and it can go through the process as it is. So on that understanding, I think, Honourable Member for Boko Central, your arrest can never be taken on board. So we will go ahead with the procedural motion. So I think the motion has been moved. The motion has been seconded. We will go ahead with the debate because the motion is now for the consideration of the House. So we will go ahead with the debate of the motion. Now, this is even a procedural motion. So I will put the question first. So, honourable members, the question is as many as are in favor of the procedural motion listed as motion number 63, say aye. Those against the procedural motion, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Yes, Honourable, let me hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I challenge your decision on the voice vote, and I come under order 113 and 114. And Mr. Speaker, I'm calling for a division on this. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Deputy Majority, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker. It is within the honourable member's right to call for a division. Mr. Speaker, the application was rather too late in the day. Yes. You don't wait for Mr. Speaker to finish his ruling, and then when we are making progress, you try to invoke the rule to frustrate government business. Mr. Speaker, what you are trying to do is not to genuinely invoke a rule for the purposes of ensuring fairness, but you are invoking this rule to obstruct Parliament and to frustrate government business. Mr. Speaker, this must not be countenanced. Mr. Speaker, this must not be countenanced. Mr. Speaker, we will have to make progress. We cannot allow an application of such nature to frustrate government, but that is what he intends to do.
Honourable members, please. You want to talk again?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Nothing in these orders. There's no any order in these standing orders that is labeled to frustrate government business. All the rules here are supposed to be applicable. And Mr. Speaker, after you took the decision on the voice vote, it is our legitimate right to challenge that, and then we are all here. We are calling for a division. Simply do that, and that will settle it once and for all. And that is what we call for. And Mr. Speaker, you have to put it. You have to finish the process, and it is a legitimate call. And Mr. Speaker, you are bound by the Constitution, nothing unto Constitution, and these kind of orders to adhere to the rules of this House. And we call you to call for the division that we have fought for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, my Minority Chief Whip has called for division, but before we move into it, I would like to suspend the House for 1 hour.
Don't run away, don't run away. No E-Levy, no E-Levy. That's a long way to go.
Honourable members, order. Honourable members, before the House went into suspension, I was in the chamber and I observed the proceedings. And I observed that just after Mr. Speaker's ruling that the certificate of agency was properly taken by the committee, he proceeded to apply the need to waive Order 81. That appears to be inconsistent. Once you rule that the committee's recommendation that the bill should be taken under a certificate of agency, it means that all the need to, all the processes shall be done within 24 hours, if I understand the rules correctly. In that case, Order 81 did not apply. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm aware that the minority whip, the Honorable Muntaka Mubarak, made reference to Order 113, calling for a division, just as the Honorable Deputy Leader did some few days back. You are referencing Order 80. That, Mr. Speaker, in fact, did not come from the lips and mouth of Honorable Muntaka. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, when the issue of whether or not the bill could be considered under certificate of agency was determined, Then the next step was this order 81. That, with respect, you are expressing a view on that it would amount to a superfluous exercise to still invoke 81. Now, Honorable Muntaka Mubarak, the minority chief whip, rose to challenge the said procedure under Order 81. To say, Mr. Speaker, if members on the minority, you see, all we're doing is to engage each other. So you may hear me. If I am done, and you disagree, you rise and get his attention. This will not help. If you disagree, take note and address the speaker. Let us allow some level of decency and decorum. That is what we need for each other, Mr. Speaker. So my point is that if my colleagues are saying that we have not proceeded under Order 81 and they had called for a division on a vote on Order 81, then under what order were we proceeding on them? If they are saying we were not proceeding on Order 81, and Mr. Speaker, I agree that you are right on all fours, that to the extent that as a house we are taking a decision that we were proceeding under a certificate of urgency, 81 will not suffice because we are proceeding. And Mr. Speaker, it is right to then say that we needed not to proceed on 81. It's as simple as that. It is as simple as that. It's as simple as that. Let us allow prudence to take precedence for this, for government business to continue for the people of Ghana. Let us demonstrate that we mean well for the country. That is why even our own rules say that we are the masters of our own rules and we can waive say. Let us rely on strict procedures on matters of substance. You may hear me and show me that respect as your colleague, not to shout. You may hear me. We give respect to the minority leader. And that is the bona fide of this house, to hear each other. You can't be shouting. Hear me. The essence of democracy is to hear your colleague.
Yes, Honourable Member for Boku Central.
Right Honourable Speaker, the matter was referred to a committee. The committee produced a report. The report was laid and copies distributed. Then the minister then sought to move for abridgment of time pursuant to Order 81. The minister sought to move for abridgment of time, and we allowed him to move for the abridgment of time, which was seconded. And when it was seconded, I got up and argued against the abridgment of time on the grounds that the bill had not properly come before us under a certificate of urgency. That was my argument against his motion for abridgment of time, which was duly seconded. Now, the Speaker. Yes. No, first, the Speaker first. Then the Speaker sought to give a ruling on the argument against the abridgment of time and ruled that the committee had gone to meet and recommended that the bill should be taken under a certificate of agency. What he did not advert his mind to was the fact that we have not yet adopted the report of the committee. So once we have not yet adopted the report of the committee, he could not rely on the content of the report of the committee as the basis for a ruling. He could not. That was a fundamental flaw in his move. So he took a decision that the committee, which report this House has not yet adopted, has recommended that we take the bill under a certificate of agency. Then he moved and said he was now going to put the question of the motion moved by the minister to a vote. And when he put it to a vote, the question, and there was a vote, Honorable Muntaka then called for a division. Mr. Speaker, those are the facts. The cameras captured it. You can take a short adjournment, go and review the camera and see whether it is not consistent with what I have told you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Ketiam.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, I want to be fairly audible, and I would expect that, as the deputy leader said, we'll quietly listen to one another. Don't worry, I've got a booster, don't worry. Mr. Speaker, I think we should be calling you by your proper name now, since the Speaker was quite unsure what position you occupy when you preside. Mr. First Deputy Speaker, we've got to get this thing into proper perspective so we understand exactly what happened and what is it that we are doing. Mr. Speaker, at the committee stage, a matter arose as to the issue of certificate of agency. The matter was discussed. In the end, the committee agreed that under the constitutional imperatives and as ordained by our standing orders, it was right that this matter was brought to the House under certificate of agency. The Speaker, that was accepted. We agreed on that. The Speaker, we come to this House and somehow the Honourable Member, Honourable Mahama Ayarga, the Speaker, raises this very point and cites some constitutional provisions. If I may rightly, I suspect I should delete that word. He raised some constitutional provisions to suggest that the matter of the emergency, certificate of emergency, the issue of certificate of emergency has to be revisited on this on the floor of the House. It was at this stage that the second deputy speaker presided overruled it and said that by the constitutional provisions that we had read, which were the same provisions we read at the committee stage anyway, by those provisions, that matter had already been settled. It doesn't have to be settled again on the floor of this House. He overruled it, and so consequently went on to 63. It was having gone to 63 that the matter then came up about the division. Mr. Speaker, I suspect that that is the point that your good self is now raising, that having then dealt with the question of certificate of agency, the matter of 63, motion number 63, which is the 81, Mr. Speaker, is obtuse, it's inconsequential, it doesn't arise. And the reason being this, having agreed that indeed by its nature, very nature, certificate of agency means that we go through the whole procedure today. Now, if what the argument is suggested on the other side is anything to go by, it means that we have to do it 3-4 days or whatever. That goes against the grain of the certificate of agency. The point you are making, and for me, rightly so, Mr. Speaker, is that having done that, there is no need to have actually triggered the motion number 63, which is standing order 81. That is the point you made. Mr. Speaker, constitutionally you are correct. The matter does not arise. We do not need to revisit it. We now have to go to what is listed on the other paper and then start this whole proceedings, kick it into proper motion, devoid of this deviating procedural motion. Mr. Speaker, you are right. We move on from there. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what we are trying to do. The matter about those all arguments were overruled by the second deputy speaker. And he moved ahead to put a question. And that question was challenged. That's where we are. Any attempt to think that you can undo that, you are being undemocratic. And you want to set aside our rules and operate rulers. Mr. Speaker, this other paper, in the morning, my colleague Honorable Ahmed Banda challenged that we didn't have a business committee to even determine this. Who did it? It's the majority. It was majority who did that. And they assembled it the way they did. So if today you are having the consequences of your own actions that you are going to line up motions, who are you blaming? Mr. Speaker, a question was put. We call for a division. That's where we are. And so far as we are concerned, that's where we have to move from. If it is lost, then we move to the next stage. But don't try to draw each other back. Because that is where we were. The second deputy speaker had made his rulings. And he put out the question, and the question was challenged. That is where we are, Mr. Speaker. I humbly call upon you, Mr. Speaker, to continue where the second deputy speaker had gotten to, where we had called for division. Let the division be done, and then it will determine what will happen next. But Mr. Speaker, any attempt to sidestep this rule or the procedure where we got to will mean that we want to eat our cake and have it. If when the vote was put, and it was adopted, you will not be coming back to it. So don't try to set aside what has already been started. It is only fair that you finish it up. And Mr. Speaker, I will urge you to keep the harmony in the House so that we play according to the rules. Simply call for the division and let's proceed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Attorney, I want to hear you, and I'll be grateful if you address me on having admitted that the matter. I want Honorable Deputy Attorney General to address me on having admitted or agreed that the matter be taken under a certificate of agency. Was it still appropriate to go for Order 81 that you abridged the time? I just wanted to listen. I just want to listen to the lawyers. You have spoken. I just want to listen to the lawyers.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the invitation. However, I will not deviate from what the Chief Whip of the minority has said on this matter. Mr. Speaker, it would seem to me that the majority is urging upon you to revisit a decision that has been taken by Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker is one Mr. Speaker. You, as the first Deputy Speaker, cannot come back and sit in judgment over a decision that has been made by the second Deputy Speaker. It is the office of Mr. Speaker, the office of Mr. Speaker, that speaks in this Parliament, that speaks pursuant to the Constitution, that speaks pursuant to the standing orders of Parliament. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is not as if we are in a situation where a High Court judge is presiding and is being invited to exercise the power of review. In Parliament, when the stages of decision has been advanced, the Speaker has to go in accordance with the constitutionally mandated democratic procedures of this House. And a decision has already been taken, a division has been called for, and Mr. Speaker, that is where we are procedurally.
Thank you very much.
If you feel that decision was wrong.
Mr. Speaker, the import of Article 106(30) and our own orders, Order 125 and Article 103, is to the effect that a determination is made on a bill before us to determine the urgency of that bill. Now, preliminary issues were raised by the Honorable Ayariga in respect of what should constitute the fundamentals of an urgent bill, and the Speaker dismissed it by practice, by convention, and indeed even by the very articles that he quoted that will not stand any test. The Speaker ruled on that. Now, what burden, once you make a determination of the urgency of a bill that is imposed on us, is to endeavor to deal with the bill within 24 hours. Mr. Speaker, it is the reason why Order 81 is a signpost that we should wait until 48 hours before we come and deal with it. The Speaker is indicating to us that by accepting that that bill is a bill that should be treated under a certificate of urgency, the 48-hour rule does not hold. It's waived. It's automatically waived. Mr. Speaker, that should be, please, we don't need to shout. Let me finish. If you have anything useful, you rise to counter what I'm saying.
They want to beat you.
You don't have to be gesticulating. You are a leader. If you have superior arguments, rise up and make it. Not to be shouting and gesticulating.
If they want to beat you to the
Mr. Speaker, so the point being made is that now you have an imposition of a burden on you to decide on the matter within 24 hours. Then 81 is saying to you that no, wait for 48 hours. So the Speaker is saying that we don't even, when we determine that it must be treated under a certificate of urgency, then the 81 is not needed. There's an automatic waiver. The Speaker, that is legal. It should be tried knowledge. It should be tried knowledge in law to anybody.
But you don't even come to apply for waiver.
The Speaker, look at the deputy minority leader. Why are you gesticulating widely? If you have anything useful, let me sit down and make the point. It's not about shouting. If you have superior arguments, bring it up. That is what is done in this house. So, Mr. Speaker, you don't need to be a lawyer to understand law. Because what we do here, we fashion laws. If you have any discernment, you appreciate the substance of any law. And I'm suggesting to you that you are wrong in your understanding of the law in this regard. So, Mr. Speaker, what you are bringing, the illumination that you are bringing to bear, I think should be appreciated. That once you say that now you have declared a certificate of urgency, you need to deal with it within 24 hours. Then you go to an impediment which suggests to you that no, wait for 48 hours. What is the purpose of admitting that it should be treated under a certificate of urgency if you are saying that we should go back 48 hours? So, Mr. Speaker, you are right, and I think that there should be that automaticity in waiving this, and we may make a determination on that, and we can go on. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Yes, Speaker.
Speaker,
Today you are bringing
I've heard
a new order.
the majority leader.
No. Stop that. It's not good. You know what you are doing is not good.
I've heard the majority leader ask for superior legal constitutional argument. Mr. Speaker, this House is governed by two principal documents: the 1992 Republican Constitution of Ghana and the procedure referred to as the Standing Orders of the Parliament of Ghana. Before I proceed even on E-Levy, I'm holding with me here Office of the President, signed Nana Bedie Tuo Asante, Secretary to the President. And I'm holding in my hand here, Mr. Speaker, Ministry of Education Student Loan Trust Fund Amendment Bill 2021 to be laid in Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, I want to take you through Article 106 as I understand it, using this. In this communication signed by Nana Bedie Tuo on behalf of the President, the second paragraph reads, "The President has granted executive approval for the amendment of the Student Loan Trust Fund, Act 2011, Act 820, and pursuant thereto, for the Student Loan Trust Fund Amendment Bill 2021 to be laid in Parliament under a certificate of urgency." Unquote. Unquote. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm challenging the table and challenging the leader and challenging the Office of the President to produce the accompanying correspondence on E-Levy, where the President indicated that this matter be treated as urgency as was in student loan trust. Let him produce it. Let him produce it. We are here. This is the President correspondence. And Mr. President, you said we should hear. Let's go further. Mr. Speaker, interestingly and significantly, these two bills were laid at the same material time. These two bills, their first reading was at the same material time. Yet this was accompanied by this official correspondence. Then, Mr. Speaker, his lecture on Article 106 will withstand the challenge. I'm holding with me here, unaccompanied by the executive approval urging for urgency. And Mr. Speaker, today, to take my brother through context in law, when you take the electronic transfer levy bill 2021, first of all, you told us electronic transactions. Now you have gone to electronic transfer. That's what you told us. But Mr. Speaker, when you go to the back of this, it is not gazetted. It is not gazetted. Oh, leave it. We are leading an argument. It is not gazetted. Why? Because you anticipated urgency. Mr. Speaker, he said Article 106. So we'll take you through it. Mr. Speaker, let me now refer you to 106, when he chooses and picks his rules of the law. 106 provides, and I'm going to emphasize the 2A up to C. 106 provides, no bill other than such a bill, 106.2, other than such a bill as referred to in paragraph A of Article 108. So, for our purposes, Mr. Speaker, I refer you to Article 108. What the paragraph A says, proceed upon a bill, including an amendment to a bill that, in the opinion of the person presiding, referring to you as Speaker, makes provision for any of the following. This one is about imposition of taxes. So, it satisfies 108A. But, Mr. Speaker, the relevance, the constitutional relevance of Article 106 for our purpose today is to ask for excuses, because the Constitution says, and Mr. Speaker, now I go, no bill other than such a bill as is referred to in paragraph A of this article shall be introduced in Parliament unless because it is accompanied by an explanatory memorandum. So you see the memorandum here, you've satisfied it, which will spell out what we call the mischief rule, the defects
of why you are bringing the legislation and what you are seeking to do. So memorandum satisfied. Then, Mr. Speaker, 106 2B, my emphasis, it has been published in the Gazette at least 14 days before the date of its introduction in Parliament. So ordinarily, the Parliament of Ghana cannot be considering this e-bill because it will mean you should have published it in the Gazette for 14 clear days. But because you want Parliament to excuse you from meeting this compelling constitutional obligation, that is why you have not gazetted. That is the essence of 106.13. That, forgive me, because this bill is urgent, I cannot publish it for 2 weeks before I introduce it in Parliament. That should be your argument. But Mr. Speaker, what the minority whip did, Mr. Speaker, there was a ruling, and the ruling is that we voted. And our standing orders provide that when you are not satisfied with the voice vote, you proceed to ask for a division or a head count. Nothing more. That is what he invoked, and that is where we are. So count whatever the outcome, then you can proceed with other business. That is what he asked for. That count, then we know where we stand. He is simply saying that, Mr. Speaker, I'm not satisfied with the voice vote. And Mr. Speaker, by the way, there are cameras here. At the time that the question was put, we knew those who were in this chamber. You may not get the same outcome now, earlier than what you got 2 hours ago. You may not. But at the time that the whip challenged it, he knew. So, Mr. Speaker, don't say you are schooling us on 106. That is why we haven't asked you. In any case, Mr. Speaker, give us the present letter of urgency. Then why did he do so for student loan trust? The same president, the same executive secretary. Produce it. If you have it, put it here. So, Mr. Speaker, proceed on where we were. Then we will do business. We are here. E-Levy, we are here to fight it until we kill the killer tax. That's all. We are here. Until we kill the killer tax, we are here.
Very well. Honourable members, I raised the matter. I raised the issue as to whether it is consistent for an issue which the committee had determined that will be taken under a certificate of agency to also undergo a determination under 1081. I think procedurally it's not right. But we've gone. Can we respect one another? I sit here when everybody is talking, I listen. When I talk, please listen. Thank you. Can I have some order, please? At the front benches. The order or this order is from the front benches, please. Other members, I was saying that, in my view, having adopted the bill to be taken under a certificate of agency, it was not necessary to have come under it was necessary to have not necessary to have come under 1081. However, we have gone through that and taking a vote. Now the issue is the challenge of the Speaker's ruling on the voice vote. So we will return to that. But I want to put it on record that as long as this bill remains on the table, we will discount with the need to come under Order 1081 henceforth. Thank you very much. Now, what had happened was that a division was called for. Right. Can the table office assist us? Honourable members, kindly let me read out the procedure on divisions. Order 1141. In the case of a division, the Speaker shall direct that the lobbies be cleared, and upon such direction being given, the division bell shall be rung for 1 minute. After a lapse of 2 minutes from this direction, he shall put the question. The Speaker shall declare whether in his opinion the ayes or the noes have it. And if his opinion is again opposed, he shall announce the names of 2 tallies for the ayes and 2 for the noes, and shall direct that a division be held. Honourable members, the rule is that I should put the question again, and that the ayes and the noes have it. After my ruling, if it is still challenged, then we go through the tellers again. Yes, Honourable Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since you are preparing for the division, as the Order 114 clearly states, the lobby will have to be cleared. So all those who do not have vote will have to respectfully leave us, so that only those who vote will stay to go through the division. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, because we don't have a division room, I'm advised that the agreement is that we'll all file out and then the years will come and they are counted. After that, the noes will come and they are counted. But let me put on record that as soon as I leave the seat, I'm entitled to vote.
Order. And midway, when the second deputy speaker has voted, he will relieve me and I will cast my vote. Thank you. Honourable members, by the rules, the bell will be rung for 1 minute. After that, I'll put the question again, and if it is still challenged, we will then go through the process. Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Aine.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the Chair's attention to Order 109, Sub Order 3. Mr. Speaker, it says a Deputy Speaker or any other member presiding shall not retain his original vote whilst presiding. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Continue, you have the floor. Continue, you have the floor. No.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, at the commencement of public business and the resumption.
Order. Please, order. Yes,
Mr. Speaker. At the commencement of public business, and when we resumed after adjournment, after suspension, sorry, you as the first deputy speaker took the chair as a speaker of parliament.
Please, not as the Speaker of Parliament. That's very important.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, I am duly corrected by referring to you as having taken the seat as Mr. Speaker. But you took the chair as Deputy Speaker. And in the words of Order 109, Sub-Order 3, you are not entitled to an original vote. And because you are not entitled to an original vote, as the person presiding, it will be contrary to the practices, conventions of Parliament for you to hand over your seat and come down and join the fray in voting. And Mr. Speaker, the reason why the drafters of the orders, as well as the drafters of the Constitution, did not give the person presiding a casting vote is because they wanted to prevent a situation where you can descend into the fray once you are presiding. So, Mr. Speaker, I am pleading with you to stick to the rules of this House and not exercise your original vote, and respect the rules of this House and not cast an original vote in contravention of the standing orders of Parliament.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Interior.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honorable member read the rule and decided to ignore a material part. A deputy speaker, or any other member presiding shall not retain his original vote while presiding. While presiding. So when he leaves the seat, he's entitled to vote. Period.
Other members, let's proceed. I'll put the question again. The question was, all in favor of suspending the standing order requiring 48-hour rule, to say aye. All in favor say aye. Aye. All against say no. I think the ayes have it. Yes, it will.
Mr. Speaker, I come again under Order 114 to challenge your decision on the voice vote and call for division. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That is the procedure. We have to do it to get to the division. Thank you. Very well. So, please. Yes, Tribune.
Mr. Speaker, because we are going into division, it is important to address a fundamental issue which has been raised to guide us as we go into the next stage of the process. Mr. Speaker, the respected learned Dr. Dominic Ayini, for the first time, in mounting an application, relies solely on the standing orders of this House. Mr. Speaker, I dare contend that there is no such constitutional provision that denies a deputy speaker of his original vote. I dare contend And I challenge you, Mr. Speaker, and where there is a constitution, which is a fundamental law, any standing order cannot stand in the way of the constitution. So that argument he made does not survive, because he could not, if you quote a constitutional provision, in our constitution, it is only the speaker who is prohibited. It's clear, Mr. Speaker, because that speaker is not a member of parliament. You so heavily relied on understanding orders, Mr. Speaker. Let him quote an express provision in the constitution which says that a deputy minister, a deputy speaker, has no original vote, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, table office, kindly clear the lobbies. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I believe this is taking us back. We put the question, and I believe that we can move on. Otherwise, we're going to have to re-argue this whole thing again. The question now has been put, so let's deal with it. Now.
No problem. That's, for me, it's a legal exercise by the lawyers, that's all. But we are clearing the lobby so that we can start with the division. Are you? Yes. Oh, very well. Honourable members, we are starting the division. All who voted aye, please file out. But when you are coming back, please, the ministers and deputy ministers will not come back into the chamber. Yes. Who are not members of parliament.
He was just being counted for COVID.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
No, but just on that.
one, you have not cleared the lobby. You have not cleared the lobby because you still have ministers who do not have votes within the midst of the people. And two, Mr. Speaker, the rules require that we appoint two tallies from both ends. We need to appoint two tellers from both purposes.
Let's go after
That has not been done.
Let's go.
So we need to get it right, Mr. Speaker.
Clerk. Honourable members, kindly leave the chamber. Go to the other side. Your name will be called and you come in, please. Kindly leave the chamber, please. Your names will be called out and then you
This is illegal.
Can you please clear the area? Kindly go out. Your names will be called out and then you come in, please. honorable members, you start with the names, calling out the members, please.
Abakas Samuel Erickson. Abakas Samuel Erickson.
It constituency.
Shama. Abanga Abdullahi bin Duri. Abuaji George Kwame. Asine Aprosu Manso. Lariba Zuera Wale Achampon Brian Abetifi Achampon Charles Lower West Achim. Abba Alexander Apesi Akimoda. Adam Mohammed Amin Dr. Karaga. Yao Frimpong, Mansu Adubia, Eje Pesibuati, New Drabe North. Adam Frederick Oping, Upper West Achim. Adumaku Mensa Collins, Efijako Abrin North. Edu Johnson Kwaku Ahafano Southwest.
Chum ya Osei, Dr. Bosontri. Afenyo Martin Alexander Kwamina Efutu. Afrifa Mensa Akwasi Owusu. Amasama. Every year, Nana Ayu, Doctor, if you ask your Sokori, every year, Kwaku, Doctor, Sefi Yoso. Ajapon Ken Ohimi, Astin Central. Ajari Alexander Kede. Ajimaimenu Kwaku Doma Central. Ejeni Mboti Kwaku Broken West. Ahingrakis Lekalos, Tema West. Edu William Oreku, Efijaku Abrin South. Achia Samuel Ata, Ebuako South. Alasan Abdullah Idi, Saladan North. Alasan Lydia Seiram, Ayawaso West Wogon. Amankwa Menu Kofi, Epimakwa Uma. Ameu John Peter Ohoy. Ameu Sherami Kwesi Sunyani East. Amo Saibonsu, Ipiapim South. Amo Stephen Doctor, Ishaisu. Amaku Andrew Esiama, Fomina. Amakwata Kwesi, Etiwa West. Amakwata Kwesi, Etiwa West. Amprechum Sapon Kwaku, Mampong. Amprechum Kwaku. Mampong. Andrew Emmanuel Eje, Ekrima Ngabiaja South. Any Moses trouble, any Moses trouble, another bread frank is a woman with a jury. Entry Eugene Boachi Subi. And you may do entry for me as Anti-Akim Central. Yes. People are going out. People are going out. People are going out. How can you vote and go out?
The second deputy speaker to take the chair.
Ringing. This is ringing. Ringing of election. Ringing of election.
Democracy must prevail. Democracy must prevail. Democracy must prevail. Our democracy must be protected. Our democracy, and we will not allow. We will not allow. We will not.
No. Nobody will sit. Parliament is raised. Nobody will sit.
Hey, what?
Nobody will sit. Nobody will sit. It's over. Nobody will sit. It's over.
You choose what you want to do with it.
Can we all sit down? Let us all sit down. Let us sit down and get this matter sit down. Leave the place, sit down, let's get this matter resolved, please. Sit down and let's get this matter resolved.
This matter cannot be resolved.
If we keep standing, nothing will be resolved. Can we sit down and get this matter resolved, please?
You want to be speaker, you want to be MP at the same time. You can't eat your cake and have it. Never at all, never. No negotiation, I'm fine at all. They are actually not doing that. What is this?
The house is adjourned.
You can't eat your cake and have it.
Colleagues. Hello, colleagues. Both sides, whether majority or minority, kindly resume your seats.
Neither will not listen to you.
Kindly resume your seats. Let there be sanity, and we'll take a decision collectively. Colleagues, resume your seats, whether majority or minority. But colleagues.
Speak.
How can I be colleagues.
Nobody is sitting.
Colleagues.
Who is asking us to take our seat?
There be some other
responsibility. You're not going to receive our seat.
Colleagues, resume your seats, colleagues. Enough of the disorderliness, colleagues.
The noise is coming from your side. Please tell your people to resume their seats. tell your people to resume their seats.
Colleagues, resume your seats. Colleagues, resume your seats. Resume your seats. Colleagues, resume your seats.
He will vote. Speaker will vote.
Colleagues, resume your seats.
NDC for me and for.
Colleagues, resume your seats.
And you call yourself a member of parliament. Please resume your seat. Colleagues, let's sit down for some order. Let's sit down for some order to come back to this house.
If you don't know law, you don't know order. We want to know any illegality.
Colleagues, I think the
Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable members, let me come to lead direction. Honorable members, under the circumstances, we are joining the House for tomorrow, 9 o'clock in the forenoon. We are joining the House to tomorrow, 9 o'clock in the forenoon. Honorable members, the House stands adjourned. Yeah, this morning, 9 o'clock this morning, it's already 12.
Colleagues, just so that we'll be here early enough, I think